Okay, and we should be live. Let's see. Oh, wasn't correct. Let's have a little look at the second screen and the connection and the like. Yes, we should be good. Okay, we shall wait for everything to settle in, and then we shall begin. Oof, that's a long advert on the second screen. How do we get rid of that? Never mind. Hello, Mediocre and Leo and Ricky. That will just be that'll just have to run its course for the moment. Anyway. Yes, indeed. Hello, Dill. This gives a good opportunity, actually, for just the stream to get going. Which isn't the worst thing. But we are definitely approaching the end of this campaign at this point, and when we are fully into it, I can explain a little bit more potentially about how the campaign could end, because there are a few ways in which it could end. White in the black cloud, yes. Dill is far more concise, though, which is nice. Speaking of which, I don't have the stereo effect on my voice, do I? You're not hearing me twice at the moment. So I won't be taking... Well, Mordor that's one of the options for ending it. One thing that I will not be doing to end the campaign, though, is systematically taking all of Mordor's territory, because that would take far too long, and it also wouldn't actually be that challenging at this stage in the game. It would be sort of more of a slog than anything else. Hello, Calvin. But yes, actually, we'll go into the game right now. I think just to take stock of things, because there are a few ways in which this could come to its conclusion. Some of which are sooner than others, and some of them are actually out of my control as well. But regardless, I think any of the possible ends would be a somewhat satisfying ending to proceedings, because there's really only one more potential challenge that we need to overcome, hence the name of the stream. Only one more challenge before I'd be sort of happy with what the campaign has achieved, at any rate. This is the thing that happens in a lot of Total War campaigns, so when you get to a certain point you have to be sort of happy with what you've done, because painting the map is all well and good, but there does come a point where that becomes rather tedious, more so than interesting, both to play and to watch, I would imagine. So that is something that we do need to keep in mind. But there are still a few things that we can be getting along with. There's got to be a way that I can get this nonsense off the second screen. Nope, apparently not. Oh, there we go. Nope, that's incorrect as well. What have I done? Ah, there we go, good. Right, we're on. Connected to live chat on the second screen. It's about bloody time. Anyway, as I was saying, now we can go through what the possible endings for this campaign could be. Ending the one thing that I'm going to do, regardless of how it ends, Orthanc is going to be taken away from Isengard. Whether I do that or whether Khazad-dûm beat me to it doesn't really matter. Isengard's capital needs to go. Foldberg is obviously on the way, so we will be taking that as well. Yuma, did you know Rovanion is being tested by Sin in Reforged? So there's going to be 3 final factions. What do I think about Rovanion? Really? That surprises me a little bit. What could you actually do for Rovanion that isn't... Because like Rovanion is obviously this region over here, which on the campaign map lies between Dale and Dorwinion. Is there anything like legitimately interesting you could make out of the Rovanion that isn't already bound up in Dale and Dorwinion? That's questionable for me. I mean, they can prove me wrong. They're more than welcome to prove me wrong, to be honest with you. But I don't really think you'll get much out of the Rovanion that you don't see already from Dorwinion and Dale. So I'm not so sure about that. I think if they're going to use development time, I think they should probably use it more so on Ered Luin and Dol Guldur, because they are two factions which should have their own unique identity and are actually more substantial entities. Hello, Siu. But anyway, yes, as I was saying, Isengard needs to be, or Orthanc rather, needs to be taken away from Isengard, so that's one thing. Now, there are several ways in which the campaign can end other than that. One is capturing Barad-dûr. Now, whether or not I can get the ring is kind of dependent on RNG at this point, which means we might not be able to destroy Mordor entirely, which is a shame, but to be honest with you, I'm not just waiting sort of dozens of turns just to hope that the ring spawns in a place that I can actually acquire it. So I think the happy middle ground there would be to storm Barad-dûr. That is one potential way that this ends. Obviously we have to throw off the invasion as well, which is in Caras Galadon, but to be honest with you, I'm not too worried about that. At this point, Mordor and Isengard, to be honest, are probably actively weakening themselves by trying to invade Caras Galadon, because they're not going to be able to take it really, unless they get like 4 or 5 armies to attack all at once, and even then it's questionable. Hello, Knights. Now, of course, the other way the campaign could end is something which is out of my control, which is Celeborn's death, because he does, of course, have the plague at the moment. Indeed, all 3 of my sort of special generals, as it were. I know that Pollen Goldor is a sort of a generic general, but he is still my heir, and as such, he's got a slightly bigger unit of Elbereth Sentinels. All 3 of them have got the plague. Now, if Celeborn dies, I'd be tempted to say that that would be the campaign done as long as Isengard are finished as well, because to be honest with you, at that point, like, we've sort of followed Celeborn's story. And also, I mean, it's not as if Mordor are going anywhere at this point. Mordor are pretty much stuck, especially considering as all of their best armies are going to be coming up here to try and take Caras Galadon and ultimately failing. They've left themselves weak to both Dorwinion from the north and Harad from the south. Harad are doing just fine. Like, without those powerful Mordor armies attacking them, Harad will not really have anything to worry about. The Ar-Ardenaim are really the only problem that they would have to deal with. And yeah, I mean, Mordor are not going anywhere. If Mordor were really strong and had stretched all the way up into the Ravanian up here, it would be maybe a little bit different. But they haven't. They're stuck. So if Celeborn ends up dying, I'm honestly not too bothered about the campaign coming to a close there, as long as Isengard have had their backs broken. But that depends. Now, something else that I was also looking at is public health and such. I was looking actually into Hornburg as a place. Now, Hornburg has got a grog hall in it. I'm reasonably excited for Dol Guldur, yes, no. New factions in general would breathe a bit of new life into Reforged at the moment, I think. Or at least the knowledge that new factions were being actively developed. Regardless, Hornburg does have a grog hall in it, which is the best public health building we can build for a settlement of this size, which admittedly is a big one because it's Hornburg. And the actual culture of the buildings doesn't really matter, so while it might be a little bit amusing to think of the fact that Celeborn is trying to assuage his plague symptoms by drowning himself in orc grog, the public health bonus from that is the same as it would be for the Elven Baths, so I'm kind of hoping that that is enough. Like, in terms of public health, I cannot help Celeborn, Orofin and Pollen Goldor any more than I already am. So, we'll see. Gainard is also a plague-ridden hellhole at the moment, which is a shame, but we should be able to keep that place on lockdown fairly easily, both in terms of not letting the plague out and in terms of actually defending it. I'm just wondering if there are any units we can combine. We can combine the Gorvaleg, which might not be a bad idea, so we can get a few more units from over here just to help defend it, because I mean, we've got a fairly full army. Yeah, we only need one of these anyway. It's easier to micro just the one. We can combine that unit there as well, so that gives us 3 slots. Some javelins, which can make up for the fact that we just transferred some Gorvaleg. And what else do we have here that's of decent strength? Yeah, some Elven King's Gate Guard there, and I think just a unit of basic swordsmen. What sort of cav have we got in here actually? Oh, we've got enough cav. 3 units of cav already, so yeah, a unit of basic swordsmen to help hold the line. That'll be more than sufficient to block any Isengard armies that attack. Hello, Finkar. Nice to see you. We're actually losing population in Hornburg, but so I'm going to try and keep Celeborn here, because while I would like to go after Orthanc right away, because I would like to personally hold that, because then we could actually potentially build some Ents, because let's face it, this just isn't happening. Rockburg just doesn't want to make the dream work. It's just not growing. What's this again? Just the one unit. Do we have anything we can transfer down here? Maybe we could start sending one of these units down just to make sure that they can't engage in shenanigans. Yeah, let's start sending the cav down here, and that'll be sufficient, I think, to stop them. Also, one thing, because we've got so much money, I'm just going to start building random buildings in all of our territories, to be honest, because there's no need for us to keep saving this. I mean, the militia armory over here would actually be useful if Mordor are going to keep sending ridiculous little silly one-unit armies at my territory. The actual clicking on for Hornburg is remarkably small. Yeah, we'll build an artist studio there. Can you lower the tax rate in Rockburg? Possibly. I mean, at this point we're so far into the campaign that it doesn't really matter. We're on growth build policy at the moment because we don't actually have a general in there, because he died when Isengard went in behind us. But that's fine, because we've got another general in here that we can use later. Is there anything we can build over here? We're already upgrading that settlement. Aknod. Is there anything we can build that even just pitiful amounts of money at this point I'd be happy with? Let's go for a leather worker. Why not? Money to spare. We're already building builders guilds there. Oh yes, roads. What am I doing? Jesus. Can't believe I didn't already build that, to be honest. Public baths would not be a bad idea. Northern Armory. A tavern. A tavern, why not? Hello, Isaac, from Singapore. Maybe the Oricani dwarves. Well, to be fair, Dill, I had a general in Rockburg for a long time. A long time. It's only recently that the general has lost. We've lost the general there. So that wasn't the reason why Rockburg hasn't been growing. It may very well have been the tax policy, but I think more likely it's just the fact that Rockburg has changed hands so much. The culture has been back and forth, and there have been so many battles fought for this tiny little village that it's probably stunted its growth a lot, which is a shame, but there's nothing really that can be done with that. Right, hang on a minute. Let me just, again... First things first, I think we will actually sally out and meet the Witch King here, because this is... Honestly, like, there's some decent units in here. The Witch King himself is obviously a problem, but also there's temple units in here. Temple wards and temple marksmen, which at the very high end, that is where Mordor are better than Isengard. Their temple units are pretty damn scary, but the bulk of their army, Isengard, are superior. And to be honest with you, like, this army here, we should be absolutely fine. So we will, I think, just sally out and try and crush them, because there will be more armies on the way, and I doubt they'll try and siege us down with that. So we will, I think, just... Well, he wants to fight this, and it is a reasonably even balance of power, so this should be a fun time. That might have something to do with the fact that the Witch King is like a maximum star general, though, and the guy that we've got in charge at Caras Galadon is just like a basic dude. The Oricani are... Well, I mean, Ered Luin would be the final Dwarven faction in Reforged. The Oricani are all well and good, but there's very little known about them in the lore that you can actually build a faction from, which didn't stop anyone with Dorwinion, to be fair, but the Oricani are slightly in Divide and Conquer as well, because you get a Dwarven stack if you take the Blue Wizard's bargain as canned, don't you, because of the Oricani, which is pretty neat. We don't actually have that much ranged in this army. Well, we've still got a fairly significant portion of the army is ranged, but we're more used to, in this campaign, to having large swathes of our army be ranged. Right, we will put the javelins with the Gorvaleg, actually, because they're both reasonably close ranged. We'll have them just be on the flank ready to move forward. Not sure what sort of cavalry action we've got going on, but we've got a 3 gold chevron unit of our lancers, so I would be pretty disappointed, to be honest with you, if we ended up losing any mounted fights. I didn't see any great beasts, but there's a possibility one of the hidden units that we couldn't identify in their roster were great beasts. That would be an interesting foe to fight, wouldn't it? At this late stage in the campaign, something that Isengard cannot muster, really. Have some spears just in behind the archers as well. Lothlorien sentries, and then all of our elite infantry, or at least more elite infantry, can be just in behind. I mean, in terms of quality, we should be fine in a situation like this, but we'll see. I'm not playing as humans? What do you mean, Dill? They've got what is that? I don't even know what the Witch King's unit is, to be honest with you. It might be Black Riders. Is this him? This might be him. No, that's not him. That's just actually, that is a unit we'd probably want to avoid like the plague with our cavalry. Now that I think of it, it would not be brilliant. Right, hang on a minute. I've got... So actually, yes, if we put our elite infantry up here on the hill, we can actually move them down fairly quickly and start crushing in from the sides. Not the perfect deployment, but I'm so used to not really deploying in a tactical position in this campaign, because so often I've had to move towards the enemy before they would even entertain the idea of attacking me. Right. Can you hit them yet? No. We don't have the best of ranged presences. To be honest, the temple, if not for our... Well, those are Orc host. I mean, hold on a minute. Let me have a little look and see what's actually vulnerable to missile fire. Probably most of this random stuff. Black Uruk halberds definitely will be. I mean, that's a fairly decent amount of Black Uruk halberds, to be honest. I mean, this isn't a basic army by any stretch of the imagination. Could be an interesting little battle, this, actually. The more that I look at this... Okay. Usually he's in mounted temple units. I guess there isn't Black Riders, because that would imply that all of the Nazgul are in like one single unit, and they're all individual generals in this, aren't they? All of them are named. I quite like the fact that they've put the effort in to try and like sort of give the what are they doing with themselves here? They're attacking pretty heftily on this flank, so let's turn it down to half speed while this happens. Right. Black Uruks, Temple Wards, definitely something to keep an eye on. Right, actually you two can probably start hot-footing up here. It is interesting as well how you technically make Mordor stronger for each minor Orc faction. Well, I say each. You make Mordor significantly stronger if you actually kill Dol Guldur, because they get all three of Dol Guldur's Nazgul as generals for Mordor then. Which is interesting. So Mordor, even with those extra Nazgul though, it's not as if Mordor have been especially deadly, if we're being honest. Not entirely sure what Mordor are doing, actually. It's a little bit bizarre. Okay, let's move you two out here. This is probably the best invasion army Mordor will send at us, though. I mean, they've definitely sent their best general against us. They don't fancy this fight, do they? They're not quite sure. Well, that being the case, then let's actually start targeting units down with a little bit more intelligence. Let's get you up here. I don't want to go into full speed though, because they could turn around at any moment. They are doing so now, actually, as I cease fire. Those Black Uruk halberds are something to be a little bit concerned about. Don't want to give them free range, because we only have one phalanx unit of our own, as superior as they are. This coming weekend, Finkar, I've got a pseudo siege on the Iron Hills coming up first on Saturday, and on the following Monday it is a siege of Merlond, I think, with 3 of the Elven factions on the defence. I think that's the order that things are going in at the moment. Part of the issue here for the Orcs might be that a lot of my units are actually hiding in these trees, which is probably making them a little bit, probably approaching this with a bit of trepidation actually. Where's our Lothlorien guards? They're still way back over here. What are they doing there? Get over there. Elder Council are moving forwards. I mean, I don't know why we're attacking the Orc host, so you just... Yeah, I mean, if they're not going to come towards us, let's just get our archers into a position that we can shoot into their halberds, and then they're done. It's Linden are the missing ones, so it's Imladris, Lothlorien and Mirkwood. Linden the hardest of the bunch to play, I would suggest. That light armour does make Linden a real challenge to grapple with. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're doing here, to be honest with you. I mean, they're shooting at us now with probably Temple Marksmen, actually, which is maybe not ideal. Black Uruk Archers. What are they actually shooting at, though? Can't be these units, because... oh, it probably is actually the Javelins, because the AI has a real hatred for Javelins. They have to kill them. That has to be what they go after. But I mean, they are pretty far away, so there's no need to worry. Would you take less losses if you were defending when the Witch King attacked? They wouldn't have sieged us though, Dill. Like, my army is significantly healthier than his. He would have just like sat in the territory of Calas Galadon and not done anything. And then more armies would have arrived, and eventually they would have tried to siege us down when they had armies that we probably wouldn't have been able to withstand, which that's obviously not what you want. Certainly not. Just shoot into the Moran on guard, you know. Actually, you can shoot at the Temple Knights over there. That is a spicy target indeed, especially with... We've got some Lorien warders over here. Yeah, this is the thing that we ran into at the tail end of the battle last time, or the last invasion, where they just kind of refused to move in. We're arcing our shots, which is a shame, but no matter. Right, swordsmen forwards. It's all a little bit congested in here, but there's no need to be too concerned. Let's get some Gorvaleg over here as well, because they're probably going to try to flank us with their Temple Knights. Actually, as well, with this news, let's get our archers back down here, actually. Just charge into them. What are we doing over here as well? Yeah, swordsman, single unit of spearmen. You can keep shooting at them. Right, Black Uruks. What do we want to shoot at with them? Lothlorien March Wardens can actually go back here. We're on skirmish mode, which is never what you want to see. Dreadful. They are going to get absolutely ruined on the front line. Black Uruks was something we actually struggled with earlier in the campaign, but it will no longer be the case. Right, that was real foolish of you, because now we can... I don't know what their intentions are here. They probably will do a fair amount of damage off the charge on these Lorien warders, to be fair, but I think my basic spears have extra damage, don't they, against these kind of units? Stream is exactly what I needed after my exam. Hello, Jasdeep. Nice to see you. Hope your exam went well. Right, what is going on here? Right, we've got Lorien warders in a reserve. Right, yeah. I mean, this is... It's not going to go very well for them at this stage. Oh, hello there. Black Uruks, is it? Actually, yeah, we'll get the Gorvaleg back down here. We'll fire our javelins in. Lothlorien guards. You can go like so. Actually, yeah, we need you in formation at this point. And Galathrim Swordsman. Right, well, yeah, they're done for. Oh wow, they actually did a ton of damage off the charger. That was nasty. Oof. That was actually very grisly. But we can just shoot into them. I'm actually tempted to go after... Yeah, you keep going after the Black Orc Halberds, actually. We need to get our cavalry in there. It didn't go well. I'm sorry to hear that, Justy. Right, well, Temple Wards. Hopefully my units would be sufficient. Elder Council are sadly in melee, but we can shoot into them anyway. Gorva Leg can... Quality-wise, we should still be reasonably okay. I mean, Gorva Leg are getting shot, but there's not much that we can really do about that. It's a strange old situation, this one. Sallying out is a little bit messy. I could have deployed a little bit better, but I expected to have to be the ones to attack forwards. I didn't think that they would be willing to do this. Complacency setting in. Right, charge out of there. The saving grace here is that a fair, decent chunk of their army here is made up of rather poor quality units. And oh yeah, over here they're going to get ruined on the front line, I'm afraid, for them. Well, there is halberds over here, though. What is that? That's the unit of spears that got absolutely shreked by the Temple Knights. Lost 5 marks. 5 marks out of how many? If it's out of 100, then that's a very good performance. Yeah, I mean, Moran on Guard and Orc Host are just not up to the task. They had a few depleted units in here as well. And we have another stack of units in the fort across the Anduin that we can very easily use to... Right, you know what? Just get into the Temple Knights. Actually, what are they doing? Are they really going to try and charge into the front line when we've got when we've actually got like our big boy units on the front, our Galathrim guards? That would be really bizarre. Right, these guys are getting absolutely shredded by archers, so just get out of harm's way. Have a little look up close. These Elven King's Gate Guard have definitely been a real boon for us in this campaign. Defeat is a distinct possibility for them at the moment because they're on the business end of a phalanx, which is a shame, but everywhere else on the line we're just destroying them. Yes, Minas Morgul chosen. I like the idea of hitting them. Trying to overlap us, are you? I see how it is. Right, you know what? Now we can just use our cavalry offensively, to be honest with you. That unit of cav that we just engaged is doomed. Only lost 1 or 2. Well, it depends sort of how harsh people want to be when marking, to be fair. Right, Temple Knights. There are Black Orc archers in there as well, but at least we've tied up their cav with spears now. And what have we got going on over here? Now, these Black Orcs are taking good losses at the hands of our Marchwards. I'd rather be using the Javelins, if I'm being honest, but it truly cannot be helped. Wow, that unit there is taking a ton of damage. Halberds probably aren't helping matters. That weird charge animation where only a portion of the units actually commit themselves. Right, where's the cav? There it is. We're going to go up to 1 speed, actually. Right, that front line over there is ripe for the charging, I must say. And with their cavalry already... well, there's Temple Marksmen over there. Problem is now, with the Black Uruk units and stuff like the Morgul Chosen, like even Mordor's units are getting armoured to the point where our archers just aren't really up to the standards we truly need them to be. Right, let's charge into the back of them there. Man, our general is taking some losses as well. There's still Temple Knights alive. That is insanity. Right, this should be a nice charge. Lance is coming down. Yeah, that's going to be good. This cavalry unit is actually really quite nice. I want to be very careful, however, of those Temple Knight boys. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Lothlorien warders. That unit can head up here. Let's go down actually to half speed again. This is a pretty chaotic fight, and it's, you know, it's not an army we can afford to be too complacent against, really. I mean, they're really starting to lose in certain areas, and I have to say, my halberds are definitely doing their thing. The gate guard are very depleted though now. Like, we really need these javelins to be freed up, but these black Uruks, they're getting shot in the back, but they're still just not. It's actually to the point where we're just going to get the march ones into melee. That's been the story of the latter half of this campaign. Our archers just are more useful as infantry. Which, you know, it's an interesting conundrum to have. Yeah, I mean, they're dying. And we've got reinforcements right around the corner anyway, so honestly losing manpower is not really the worst thing. But we should probably think about getting our generals out of harm's way at this stage, because they're getting absolutely ruined by what I can only assume is the Temple Marksmen, who we just charged into, and they took virtually no damage. To be fair, this is Mordor's sort of scariest class of unit, so you'd expect them to have something going for them. Galathrem swordsmen, they nearly made it through our lines there. It's a little bit disconcerting. Lothlorien archers, we'll get into those halberds while they're not looking. Right, where's the Gorvaleg? Yes. See if we can't get into a nice position to charge. We only just retrained this unit of gold chevron cavalry, and already it's depleted. Online learning since May. Yeah, online learning isn't the same. It's not really up to snuff. I'm glad that, you know, because my course has to be so practical based, they can't just fob me off with online learning, to be honest with you. There's not a lot of learning left that I need to do, though, to be honest. It's my project modules, and that's pretty much it. Right, what have we got here? Black Uruk halberds? I do not think so. Kill them, if you please. Gorvaleg. You can come back up here at this point, actually. Those temple units are a problem. They're able to field halberds in large quantities as well. And that unit of that poor gate guard. They've got a gold chevron from this, though, so I mean... Right, they should probably be breaking. And then it's javelin time for them. Trees are probably super useful for us, I know, but... Right, kill those black Uruks, would you? Right, we have cavalry back. Where's their cavalry gone? Because they had one unit, didn't they? Oh, they're still chasing me. That is the Witch King as well, isn't it? That's a star anyway. Where is he? Where is the man himself? Because he should be there. That is the red star we're seeing. I don't see actually where the Witch King is, mind you. He's just rolling with his lads. Oh, there he is. Well, well, well. You'd think he's one of the better generals in the game. That's probably why the auto result was not really so great. Archers are really useful for baiting the enemy that comes to you. Yeah, sure, Val. But I mean, in this sort of situation, like I've rarely. The problem is, like, baiting the enemy to come to you is all well and good, but like if I was trying to skirmish with Isengard's armies earlier on in the campaign, like they had enough archers to the point where they were willing to take the skirmish fight, and it wouldn't have been cost effective for me to allow them to do that. So it was it's kind of a lose-lose situation for me. Right, the Galathrem swordsman can come back up here at this point. Right, Gorvaleg. Can you still not shoot them? We really, because we're getting absolutely shredded by those marksmen. The range on the Gorvaleg is just so... They're so good when you can actually get them to use their ammo. Right, now we can get them out of there. I guess they don't want to run while the Witch King is still here. A fate worse than death awaits them if they do. Well, their front line is dead at this point, so... Really, it's just a case of trying to kite the Witch King away. Temple Knights, though. Binge watching Silmarillion Total War. Yeah, there's a few more videos sort of circulating around now. I've got 2 more on the way myself. Both of which were battles that I was like in myself though, so I mean... Right, get into those halberds. Yeah, we will definitely need to sort of retrain some of these men, but that's no problem. We just need to take these armies one by one after all, because they're going to be filtering us in one by one, and I doubt any of them will actually be as strong as this one. Right, get over here. We're just going to shoot them point blank, show them what real damage is. Ooh, you have ammo left, good. You fire your jabbies in. Yeah, that poor unit. I mean, they're still fighting, to be fair, this unit of gate guard. Were they actually victorious? That would be pretty impressive. Gerthenen have done pretty well. Right, what have we got going on here? Oh yeah. Well, they're about to get sandwiched. Oh, yeah, get into melee. Oh boy. Yeah, kite them that way. Where's our 2 generals? Don't want the Temple Knights to turn around and see my generals as easy prey. Right, yeah, shoot them. Javies. I haven't watched Silmarillion that much. Would recommend, to be honest with you. It's earlier in development than Reforged, but it is also at this point making more immediate progress than Reforged in terms of new stuff being added. And it's also... It's got a different design philosophy to Reforged, so there is sort of fresh things in that regard as well, which means I've got more to talk about, which is always nice for me. Orc archers. Right, yeah, just crush them, would you? Halberdiers? I think not. Oof. Yes, kill them. Kill them now. I don't know why they're so intent on chasing down that unit of cavalry. Maybe it's because it's got 3 chevrons? Which are the good factions. The three strongest factions, still got 2 of them. I think Fingolfin overall are probably the strongest in the game at the moment, to be honest. Finarfin and Angband are the other 2 as well. Feanor's cavalry is very good, but again, cavalry has that risk-reward element to it, which can go wrong. And overall, I think Finarfin and Fingolfin of the Elven factions are just easier to play. Temple Marksmen are still doing their thing. Right, we can go up to 1 speed now. It's just a case of... Their units aren't breaking because the Witch King himself is still alive, but they will. Actually probably want the Gorvaleg to stay back so that we can try and kill him off quickly. Oh my, we're actually getting into melee? Well, they're going to mess up that unit of March Wardens in melee. Okay. Galathrim Guards. Actually, it might be a good idea to send the Galathrim Guards up this way. They would be more than sufficient to deal with that. It has been a weird fight, this, actually, now that I come to think of it. Such is the way with late game fights, though, where... Right. They just really want this cavalry unit dead. It's bizarre. Yeah, their infantry is good, Jasty, but Fingolfin's infantry, I think, is harder to counter, because Feanor's biggest strength is their armour, whereas Fingolfin's melee defence is their biggest strength. So while like overall defensive values are pretty similar when you upgrade all of their units to the same extent, Feanor, like, armour piercing is easier to utilise against armoured units than it is to try and circumvent melee defense values, which can be done. It is a possibility. Where is the... Right, just get into them, would you? Right, Elder Council. I know that you've fought hard already, but you are going into melee with Temple Marksmen now. I am truly sorry. Your sacrifice will be remembered. I hate battles in trees on Total War games. It's just... I like the feature that the Warhammer has. I think our cavalry just got caught as well. It did. Yeah, they're probably doomed at this point. Wow, they're dying super fast. Oof. Brutal. Nasty stuff. I mean, at least we seem to be faster. Right, let's get it back towards our main army. So at this point, we're ready to deal with them. Yeah, they're doomed. Orc archers. Right, surely not. Right, hold on a moment. Hold on a second. Right, they're coming back this way now. Good. Marvellous. This is going to be probably the most awkward fight we have in this stream, to be fair, so it makes sense that we don't want them to charge into like a single unit that's moving towards them, though. That's the thing, because they will just destroy our basic spears. Finarfin. Yeah, Finarfin have got the Nargothrond units. Admittedly, I'm not all that well clued up on Silmarillion lore, to be brutally honest, but right, the Gorvaleg are our best bet for really dealing with this. What is this? Gerthinen? Right. If we get into a big blob, there's no way that they can deal with us. Really, the Galathram Guards are the best bet we have. Okay, well, bizarre, but let's see what we can do with this. That was a nasty charge. Yeah, that was some big damage. Now that's a lot of damage. I do enjoy how little we seem to be doing to them. Well, now we should. There's Galathram units in there. Yeah, get in there and just try and make it as difficult for them to leave as humanly possible. Super defensive faction is Finarfin. They've got all of the... well, that was a weird choice from him. I mean, he's going to get away because their units are tanky as anything, but... I mean, you'd hope that the Gorvaleg ammunition would be enough to lay them low. It's definitely our best tool against them. Right? Yeah, it's about time. Those Orc archers should have routed long, long ago. Yes. Marvellous. Need more Yavannas chosen, I think. They can train a little bit more easily. Some of these battered units, it might actually be worth retraining them, and the basic stuff we can send down to like the border with Mordor. Feanor's the cavalry faction. The Witch King himself is still alive, but there is no need to be concerned about that because we're shooting him. Where's he actually going? There really is nothing left. I mean, that is the upside, I suppose, of the fact that the Orcs have decided to fight to the death on this occasion. The fact that they really don't have anything remaining to them other than that one unit there of Orc archers. Aha. Right, just get in there. Mob them. The Witch King himself has probably got hit points for days. I say that as soon as he dies, naturally. Yeah, Finarfin and Fingolfin are the best duo, I think, together. They've got everything you need. Finarfin can hold a line indefinitely, and Fingolfin are capable of dishing out damage in melee. Like the Sons of Húrin, I think. The Sons of Húrin are a unit that should probably be toned down, if I'm being brutally honest, because they're so dominant in any melee fight they're in. You could say the same about the Ash Priests, but the Ash Priests have also got clearly defined weaknesses in the sense that they really are lightly armoured, so once their hit points are gone, they're done out here. What do you think of Total War Rise of Mordor? I mean, it looks fantastic to you. I don't think I'll ever like the Attila mechanics, which is a problem for me personally, but I mean in terms of style, it looks brilliant. I just don't like playing Attila personally. There are just several things about the game which, as they were even more apparent actually in 1212 AD, which again stylistically is brilliant, but a lot of it comes down to the tier system and the feeling of the battle. Right, we'll execute them. Yeah, we took losses there, but that is far and away the most tricky battle that we have. Loyalty is happy. Good. We'll save because who knows what may happen.
Follow me.
Right.
Take it for the elves.
We'll also resolve that one. Yeah, we lost a few, but nothing Nothing too substantial. And the orcs are dead. Right. Galathrim units are still pretty healthy.
Scout the area.
Right, we had units in here, didn't we? Yes, we did indeed. Well, we have space for 3. I actually kind of want these 2 units to go down south, so we've got some units of proper quality moving in that direction.
Be vigilant.
I just said we did need a unit of Yavanna's chosen, which is still definitely true, and I think, to be honest, we're better off going aggressive with most of this, so
Swiftly.
we will actually join up this archer down here and start heading south with him too. And that, I think, is all we can accomplish this turn, because we've already bought everything we can, so... Hello, Lewis. We just had one Mordor fight. You can't change House of Finarfin to just Nargothrond, because it was a city, not a realm. I think, based on a map that I saw, the House of Finarfin holds relatively little territory, from what I recall. But Finarfin's army is just so... It's very defensive in nature, but it's also very easy to play. It's the easiest army to play in Silmarillion by a long way, I think, because it is set up for you to be... You can sit there effectively and... Did they just lose that battle? I think they did, didn't they? Khazad-dûm, no. Ah, here you are.
This is our last stand, my
Sieging us down, are you? Well, that's not going to work out very well for you, I'm afraid, Mordor. That's why we need an army, to be honest, because they're going to keep... It's only a matter of time before they send an actual army there instead of just one unit. But yeah. Oh my. This is what I was talking about. Like, Mordor may very well be shooting themselves in the foot by sending all of their strongest armies up towards me, because now I think Dorwinion are actually making progress directly on them, which is quite amusing. Oh my word! What are you doing, my friend? You've come to the wrong neighbourhood, and I will kill you post haste. I think. Right, first things first.
advance.
No, actually, wait.
Yes, my lord.
We're just going to allow them to siege things down because, yeah, it's I'm not having the AI control my general unit because they'll make a right meal of it. Ah, Isengard, you have reared your
Warriors.
ugly faces in my realm once more. What have you got here? You have got that. Okay. Oof, those Elven King's Gate Guard there. They took some damage there, didn't they?
My lord.
We're gonna sandwich you, I think.
Elven warriors.
We're gonna start... It's probably quicker actually to go this way now that I think about it. There's another Mordor army.
Come on.
But it's... there's a lot of generals in there. Grishna... Oh yeah, this is the general where they've got some random orc dude who apparently takes precedence over Carmul. How embarrassing. Maybe that's Carmul's punishment for being bantered in his own realm. Did you ever do your CAE? What does that mean? Don't know what that means, Matt. But yeah, I mean, Finarfin is, if you want to get into Silmarillion, I mean, you know, Isengard got a few units. This man.
We've defeated their wretched armies. Assail them.
Yeah, sure. We're not going to move out of Hornburg yet anyway because it's it wants to rebel apparently. Why is that? Why you got to be like this? Why you got to be this way?
Here, elves.
An artist studio building fine culture for you, and you're going to do this to me? Mordor shouldn't really be sending too much up here anymore if Morannon is being besieged. Like, come on. Get your priorities straight, lads. Can we actually see Morannon if we go over here? The Last Alliance. Reach the site of the Battle of the Last Alliance. Dorwinion are so chad they don't even need an alliance. They're going to do it on their own. Yeah, the U is Certificate of Advanced English. No, Matt. I don't. I mean, I wouldn't need that. I live in the UK. English is my first language. Assuming that's some sort of official accreditation, that's not the sort of thing I would need. But I didn't study English as a subject educationally anywhere past my GCSEs because it wasn't really my speed. Right. Anyway, let's. Don't get me wrong, I like reading stories and such, but the analysis I like to do on stuff like that is in my head. I don't like to write essays on that sort of thing. Right, let's kill this man. I mean, again, that balance of power is a little bit surprising, but can we? I really don't want this army to be controlled by the AI. I want to command this army in battle. So I allow this army to be controlled by the AI, tick. I don't really want that to happen, but I can't tick command this army in battle unless that's, whatever. Right, let's fight on the field. It was... I mean, I did mention that once in one of my, in the Q&A video that I had a while back. It was because it was... Even my avatar as well, it's a character from the Mass Effect series. And it was the handle that I used to use when I was like talking on a forum with a couple of people following the release of Mass Effect 3. And ever since, it's stuck, unfortunately for me, it's stuck as my online handle that everyone knows me as. It's dumb, but there's nothing that I can do about it anymore. It's how people know me. Especially now as well that I've got a channel that people know. Like, that's how people know it's me, right? So it's not as if I can change it now. It is too late for me. I'm stuck with my silly name forever. Right, anyway. Right, they've got a ballista, haven't they? I think it'll actually be more... It'll probably be better for me, honestly, if I'm just hyper-aggressive in this battle again. Because they're going to just try and target me down with artillery and the like. And we are now very depleted after engaging Mordor as we did, but we've got Lothlorien units, we've got everything. The two units that I actually want to use at range are the Javelins and the Gorvaleg, because they are close range and they can actually do damage at more than a glacial pace against Isengard, not Isengard. Yeah, you go over here. It's just a case of just charging forward, really. We'll see what we can do with our archers, but I highly doubt they're actually going to be all that useful. If we're going to be super aggressive anyway. Here we go. Nope, the AI is controlling that army. How unfortunate. Yeah, be aggressive. Get in there, lads. Right, hold on a second. Charge forwards. Going to go up round the flank with you. Just going to go right into the guts with you. You two. Go up round that way. Yeah, why not? Just shoot them on the approach for the time being, I guess. Uruk-hai bodyguards are over here. How marvellous. Uruk-hai. Do I plan on reading the books? What, the Tolkien books? I wasn't planning on doing so on video. I mean, it's the sort of thing that I suppose I could do for like a special at some stage. I wouldn't be against the idea if ever I were to get to like 10,000 subscribers, which to be fair is probably a long way off, if ever. I wouldn't mind doing that as a special, but that wouldn't be any time soon if that was indeed the plan. Anyway, let's just see how this goes. I mean, as soon as we slam into them in melee, I would imagine our Lothlorien units are going to do the business against them. Crossbows, yes. Come forth, AI reinforcements. Kill them all. I'm sure the AI will just march in a thin column. Look at them run. They see the aggressive energy and they don't like it. I'm not walking with anyone, which is good. Sentries on the front. Need to make sure that oh, they got cell swords. What sort of... I know that the Dunlanders did, but like at this point, with Isengard on the decline, what sort of self-respecting human would march alongside Isengard? Like the dream for Isengard is done. Like there's no recovering for them. Look at them run, look at them go. Wild. Yeah, let's get into a position with our archers, actually. The archers will be somewhat useful after all. Right. The AI army can handle any of the stragglers that come forward. Galathrim guards. Ooh, Galathrim swordsmen. Sentinels of Keren Amroth. Right, yeah, just get in there. Kill the spear guard. Rip them apart. Tear them limb from limb. Right, what is that? Oh yes, the Elder Council, of course. How could I be so foolish? Right, we've got our cav as well. It is all over for them. They just don't realise it. The crossbow unit's probably going to beat those warders, actually. Unfortunate, but what can be done? Is that our general this time? It's a little bit strange. It wasn't last time. Yeah, shoot into the raiders. Why not, I say? Defeat seems certain. Sell swords against Galathrim swordsmen. I would be exceedingly disappointed in my Galathrim boys if they were to lose that particular engagement. At this point, just shoot anything with your ammo. That poor unit of Uruk-hai raiders is about to get lit up. It's getting hit by several archers. Carmul the Easterling, illustrated with his armour. It is kind of interesting to me that Carmul is the only one other than the Witch King that they've ever bothered to like really give like a personality. The others are just sort of there, which is a bit of a shame, really, because like just how the like the Nazgul in general, like you could make some really interesting stories with them, and not in the way that Shadow of War did, where they made it people like Isildur and Helm Hammerhand. Like that's just that doesn't make any sense at all. The balance of forces is evenly matched. How is such a thing even possible? Absolutely sickening. Right, no, you get out of melee. You start shooting along the line. You, however, get into melee, because apparently the Bane Guard are too strong for Lorien units. We are just too weak. I would hope that would be crisis averted. Solid, just shoot into them. Go after the ballista crew as well. Why not? I say, why not? Uruk-hai archers. Of course, like the garbage got sent after the AI wing of my army, and I had to deal with the actually. Damn son, like our Galathrim guards are actually really, really good. Meanwhile, our poor Elder Council, they just. I don't know what it is about the AI with spears, or it's not spears, javelins. They have to attack them. It would make playing as like a Rudaur, or I think Anidwaith are the Rudaur equivalent in this game with like being javelin heavy. It must make playing as them a little bit awkward. I guess the idea is that you have so many javelins that you just where's the cav? Oh yes, right. We need to get them out of there because they are getting attacked by crossbows in melee. Yeah, there we go, look. If this unit of Yavanna's Chosen could commit itself, that would be really, really nice. But we are going to need to train up some more units to patch over some of the holes that these two armies have left. Yeah. Where's their general, actually? Yeah, those Galathrim Blade Masters have really been quite useful. Yeah, that was okay. Now get out of there before you die. Elder Council. Free of distractions now. You, my friends, go after the archers. Imagine if there was a TV show based on Dol Amroth, or the Fall of Arnor. The Fall of Arnor is the one that I'm honestly surprised they didn't go with. Oh, there's their general. Charge him. Because there's a lot that you can do there. There's a lot of characters as well which don't actually get a lot of fleshing out in the actual lore that you could do a lot with. Like the last Prince of Cardolan is an individual that you could do quite a lot with, I think. And his last stand with his men in the Barrow Downs would be an interesting end to like a story arc, but that isn't what they've decided to go with. They've decided to go with probably a more difficult thing to get correct, to be honest with you, in Numenor's Rise and Fall, but such is the way of things. What have we got going on over there? Cavalry. Yeah. This unit of Yavanna's chosen has just been really non-committal in this fight. I mean, at last they seem to be doing something useful in killing the general, but... yeah, charge back into them. Generals are too tanky. Victorious. Yes, indeed. As we move forwards. Uruk-hai archers. They are... oh, they're routing. Yeah, kill them. What are you doing? Get over there. Sentinels of Keren Amroth took a little bit more damage as well. Right, what do they actually got? They've just got their bodyguard left. Okay. I'd rather spend time chasing this army down, to be honest, so that it doesn't return. There's a unit over here. There's something over here, but it's getting ripped apart, whatever it is. Oh yeah. Yep, they're done. Right, so this is a routing unit over here, though, isn't it? They are running for the hills. Whatever they are. What is this? Oh, there they are. There's only two of them. That's not worth going after. That down there, however, is balance of forces. What unit of mine have you wasted? Oh, a unit of warders. That's not too bad. Second Age. Yeah, time periods as well is something that they will probably struggle to get right, because, like, especially, to be fair, like, this is something which I'm actually maybe not such a big fan of in most works of fiction, to be honest with you, is where they make it so that the time period between certain things happening is enormous. Like, the amount of progress that should be made in, like, thousands of years worth of time is highly significant. But rarely in fiction does that actually come across. They seem to be stuck in, like, in fantasy worlds, for example, they seem to be perpetually stuck in, like, the same level of technology and progress and all of that jazz. Anyway. Will there be games based on Lord of the Rings? I mean, depending on... if Lord of the Rings sort of takes off in popularity again, I wouldn't see why not. Especially with magic. Magic in Lord of the Rings, to be fair, is a little bit different, though. Like, it's very sparse, and, like, the people who can wield it are a little bit more few and far between. But yeah, in, like, settings where, like, every other person is, like, a mage, for example, like, you would think that, like, that would be the catalyst for some really quick change. But that often is not the case. Stagnation. It's also a thing in Star Wars as well, actually. When you see the timeline of Star Wars and you realise that it's actually like thousands of years between certain things happening, and you're like... I mean, sure, the ships are a slightly different shape, but you're still using basically the same things that you did. Yeah, that's the plan, Finkar. Should be streaming tomorrow as well. Well, they did invade Gunpowder, to be fair, Justy, in the movies. A heroic victory. We need more units there now. But units are being trained in Karas Galadon anyway. Yeah, I guess, Ricky. I know that Tolkien was not the biggest fan of, like, industrialization. And Mordor and Isengard are like sort of the representations of that, and they're obviously not seen as a positive. But I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, I don't think a lot of people I don't think really appreciate what a colossal amount of time several thousand years is.
Follow me.
Right, hold on a minute. We need to combine some of these units now because we are depleted in several areas. You two can combine. I think that's actually the only units we can combine, now that I think about it. You get in there. We're also building units, so yeah, we're going to have another unit of Lance Cavalry, actually, next turn. There's not a lot of available recruitable units at this stage, though, which is a bit of a shame. I guess some horse archers, which actually probably wouldn't be the worst idea. Everywhere else, though, we are still doing our thing. Hornburg apparently is going to be sort of perpetually unhappy. But that's probably because it has... Yeah, look at that. Oof, boy. Rohan, what have you... what have Rohan done? Hornburg with maximum Melkor's shadow culture. What a disaster. Right, anyway. I think that's all we can do for now. Like, now it's just a case of trying to build up enough of a force, get some units down here, so that we can go on to the offensive. I mean, to be honest, it might not be the worst idea to do so with this gentleman over here if we can get some... if we can get this little force down here with some Galathrim units, link up with this and get even more quality in there, we should be able to just go right for Folkburg. Go for the throat. We shall see. Yes, Tolkien didn't like allegory. One good example of that is how, like, you could compare something like Minas Tirith to Constantinople, like a many-walled city that's under constant threat. But Tolkien, it was something like that Tolkien confirmed, like, no, that's not really the case. Like, there are certain things that you can sort of draw from it, like, for example, the Shire and areas, like the nice areas like that were the areas that represented when he came home from World War One. But as far as actual nations go, Morannon Uruk's reforming. In a daring move, somebody has dared to not only besiege but conquer Morannon, his pride damaged. Ah, right, so a Doomstack has formed. Morannon has fallen. Harad's capital is under siege. That's a bit of a shame. That's probably the Arar Denaim. I can't imagine it's Mordor, because Mordor have got other things to worry about. Look at this, though. Look at Dorwinion. Look at the absolute mad lads. They have taken the Black Gate. Good for them. I might not even need to take Barad-dûr myself. See you, Finkar. Right. What are we doing? Are there any more, where'd that one Mordor army go? It's another Khazad-dûm army there. Very nice. Oh, there it is. Oof, boy, that's actually, that's actually a really nasty army. They might actually want to besiege me with that. Right. We've got units. Let's train some more, shall we? Galathrim archers, definitely. Go Ballista as well, why not? And anything else useful that we can actually get here? I mean, I guess March Wardens. Yeah, sure, why not? We may as well hire. I mean, look at the amount of money we've got. In fact, we might as well just go buck wild with this. Right, this. We are just going to circumvent the situation. Right, can we retrain anything while we're here? Yes, we can. Right, we need to retrain you. We need to retrain you. You're very depleted as well. So are you. And we'll retrain you. Why not? We can also build stuff. There are things that we can have. Public baths might not be the worst idea in the world. Actually, a marksman's range, because then we can build Galathrim archers in Karos Galadon as well as Amon Lenk. Right, what have we got there? Yeah, that's... I'm real tempted to go forward just right now. Just move in with this guy, but, I mean, for a start, Dishonor Dirith, it is... not too happy about that, is it? Apparently building a coaching house. I mean, we're in no great rush. Isengard are kind of recovered. Well, I mean, look at that though. Look at that Khazad-dûm army. Thick boys. Yeah, we'll be fine. Callanhad. Oh yes, of course, this. I don't really know what they intend to do, but I mean, they're just going to be there forever, I guess. Forever it shall be. A Dale army? What's that doing down here? Or was it? It was probably a Dale diplomat, actually, wasn't it? I just caught the barest glimpse of it. Man, Dorwinian there, taking the Black Gate. As much as Rohan didn't do. A small army. There's the big Mordor force. Hopefully they'll actually attack me, because I don't fancy meeting them on the open field, if I'm being brutally honest. I would rather... Lads, what are you doing? What do you hope to accomplish here? Yeah, that was a really poor mistake. I don't know. Again, Isengard kamikazeing at this point into fights that they cannot win. Wonder which faction Canada would be in Lord of the Rings. Would probably be like whoever inhabits Forestshell in the north, which I guess that would be like what, Eredluin? Harald's capital is gone, so I guess the Ardanaim are absolutely kicking their ass at this point. Rudauer perhaps, or even Angmar. I mean, Canadians aren't known for being evil, so maybe that's not the case. Right, retrain, what can we do? We can retrain more units, which is good. We'll retrain you just because you're so strong. Why not? After all, why not? Why shouldn't I retrain? No. You go here like this, right? This is actually an insult. You think that this pitiful force is actually worth my time. I will have to fight this battle, unfortunately, but actually trying to be resurgent Isengard? I don't think so. Which faction would be Germany in Lord of the Rings Mordor? I mean, I suppose if you're reading into like Tolkien's experiences in World War I guess the Central Powers would be. Oh, yeah, that's right. Of course, we fight on. We're fighting defensively on Helm's Deep. How lovely. What are they actually going to do here? I mean, their artillery isn't going to be that useful here. This is the way. Right, actually I am a little bit concerned because hitting this wall can cause entire units to die instantly. I know this from personal experience. So I will just put my basic units up here. And Celeborn can stay down here. Just doing his thing. Being nice and comfy. Get back from the gate. You can go into there. Okay. Let's see what they want to do here. They've got wargs out there, so... Yeah, I knew they'd do this. Hands up, who's surprised? Gotta love the AI. I'm going to see if they actually retreat to the back of the map inexplicably and then move forwards again. Which faction would be France? I've got no idea. Like, there is no like dead-on comparisons to be made. I think really the Shire being rural England is probably one of the best things that you're going to get. Yeah, they're not going to move forward, are they? There's some weird howling they've got there. It sounds just like normal, like, regular dogs. More so than, like, fearsome wargs and wolves. But no matter. Right. We'll move you two forward. You two forward. We will move our generals in as well. Oh, hang on a moment. I think Pollen Goldor has perished. I think my heir has died from the plague because he is no longer in this army. So that's General number 2 that's succumbed to the Black Death. What a glorious mechanic. You gotta love it. I mean, I guess thematically you could say that the Uruk-hai developed some sort of bio-weapon, if you want to be creative with it, I suppose. And we have a ballista as well, let's use it. Let's just get everyone down here, I guess, other than like the really depleted stuff that isn't going to be helpful. Hello, Windy. Yeah, this is OG Helm's Deep. There's still that path there, but the back is completely covered by mountains. But yes, Pollen Goldor. He has fallen. Fallen to, I don't know, Elf Rona, as we shall now call it. Hello, Calvin. Should be able to merge depleted units during battle. Yeah, it's nice to have the flexibility just in case you need to move a small unit. Right. Isengard continuing their trend of being impotent but annoying. Like, this force is... You're not going to win, lads. It's not going to happen. Like, you're rolling with Uruk-hai archers. Like, you've got some, what, Uruk-hai crossbows? I mean, they're decent. You do have some Uruk-hai infantry, to be fair. You've got some wargs, but it's over for you. Like, you're not going to win here. I do need to just get some units down here quickly so that we can go on the offensive again, to be honest. Because if we can take Foldberg, this ceases to be a problem. It would be really nice if Helm's Deep wasn't in the midst of having low-quality orc culture, but I guess I'm asking for too much there. What's the best illustration book you would suggest? I'm not sure, Matt. Like, to be honest with you, my experience with the books is fairly limited. Just the regular ones. What have we got going on here? Right, I just want it because I've been caught out by this in the past. We shall not be caught out again. Well, the wargs are going to be shredded on the advance, so it all just depends on how close we can get our ranged units, because eventually they will just decide to say, you know what, maybe we will attack after all, and at that moment in time I probably won't be prepared for it, as is always the way. Let's see, Sentinels of Karen Amroth. What is this? Ah, yes, you could be useful on the front line. Switzerland going to be the elves. I'm not too sure about that. Switzerland is a nice place, but I'm not sure just hanging out and not doing anything constitutes being elves. Will you buy the new Assassin's Creed? I probably will buy Cyberpunk, yeah, but not the new Assassin's Creed, to be honest. Assassin's Creed is just like... Especially this one, it seems like a bunch of... To be crass, a bunch of wanky nonsense, to be honest with you. You can tell Ubisoft's a French company by the way that Britain, in whatever sense that it existed at the time, always tend to be the antagonists. Whether it be Assassin's Creed 3, or now in this one, where they've sort of propped the Vikings up as this sort of weird, benevolent force, when they were really anything but. That's a problem that most people tend to have. They tend to put the Vikings up on this pedestal when really they were just kind of arseholes to everyone. But no. Assassin's Creed for me, like, I've not played one since 3 because I just lost interest entirely. Just not my sort of thing. Ubisoft open worlds are always really dull for me anyway. Really quite samey a lot of the time. Ticking things off. I know that people thought highly of Odyssey, but when I actually had a look at what Odyssey was all about, like, it didn't seem anything different, to be honest, than what I would normally expect from Ubisoft. Just with the tinsel of a BioWare style game sort of dressed over it, which it, you know, obviously was never going to be as good at. Like, if you're going to make a game about the Vikings, like, include all of the blood and guts about them, like the raids and the Like, at least do it properly. Don't make them out to be, like, bearded, axe-wielding hippies, because they weren't. Cyberpunk, on the other hand, I think everyone's going to play Cyberpunk. I need, to be honest with you though, like that's probably what my Patreon money is going to be going towards as it builds up, which obviously isn't going to be that much, but I'm going to be sort of looking to get like a new PC together, to be honest with you, because I do need one at this point, and for Cyberpunk it will be, I think, very necessary indeed. Rockstar open worlds. Yeah, but Rockstar are like the OGs at that, aren't they? This is really awkward, but it's so annoying. The AI is like that one player who you like encounter in Total War online lobbies who is terrible at the game but just refuses to let anyone else have fun. What a shocker. Right, Yavanna's chosen to probably be the target. Actually no, they'll probably go after Celeborn with their ranged, won't they? They're all of a sudden going to start lurching forward, I know they will. Really, one thing that I do miss from the newer Total War games is you can see the range of your unit in a cone in front of you. That would let me know how close I'm actually getting. There's got to be a mod for that, right? I should probably look into doing that. That would be glorious indeed. Hello, Welt. Give Edoras back to Rohan. Absolutely not safe. They don't deserve to live. They have failed. History will remember them as the failures that they are. Edoras is mine now. Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? Assassin's Creed has always been like the game that is made really for mass market appeal. So it's going to be a certain way, and there isn't really much that that can be done about that. It's just a shame because it does have more potential than it lets on. But to be honest, like when you look at historically inspired games that are in the same style, like Ghost of Tsushima, like other people are doing it better than Ubisoft. So, yeah. Cyberpunk is a game that they have hyped the living daylights out of CD Projekt Red, so I hope for their sake that it turns out to be an excellent game, because there are a lot of people that seem to think that it is going to be nothing short of the greatest game of all time, which, I mean, I'm not sure if that's an entirely reasonable expectation to have, considering the promises they've already walked back on. They're probably biting their nails a little bit regarding how it's going to be received, but if they do end up with the public's outrage, then they've got no one but themselves to blame because of the marketing that they've engaged in. But I do hope Cyberpunk is good. I was definitely a big fan of the Witcher games, as I believe most people were. I even played The Witcher 1, not on release, but a long time after release, and for all its janky strangeness, it did have a certain charm to it. Terrible character models in that game, though. The dwarves actually looked like they had something physically wrong with them in The Witcher 1. It was kind of strange. Like your friend Zoltan, who is in the other games as well, but he looks like, you know, an actual genuine dwarf in those games. He looks very weird in The Witcher 1. Yes, here we go. Going after those crossbowmen. They still don't want to move forwards, I guess. They're just going to allow me to shoot them. Ah, here we go. Now they get the idea. We need to get ready to open up with all of our units unto the Warg Marauders. They're not in range yet. Well, anyway. Let's see here. Lothlorien March Wardens. Don't go after the Uruk-hai infantry for God's sake. You may as well go after the Uruk-hai arch. Well, are you in range of that? Yeah, go after the Warp Marauders. Get a bit of infighting on the go. That is a nice ability. It just gives you a little bit of breathing room. Forces the enemy to reset. Yeah, those wargs are getting absolutely ruined, which you love to see it. Rip Haldia. Yeah, they're going to be going after that unit there, aren't they? No, I'm not even that bothered if they do charge in here, to be honest with you. If we can just do this. Well, that was a foolish decision by them. Okay. Right, you get in here as well because you're getting shot, and you lot just get into melee with them. And yeah, they are dying. Oh man. Beautiful stuff. We've got beautiful scenes of glorious emotion happening on the front line here. They're getting shot, which is not great, but you know, all we need is for these crossbows to perish. 2 units of Uruk-hai archers? I think it is, actually. Orofin is probably going to die of plague in the next turn anyway, so I mean, my man has probably outlived his usefulness. That's their general still. Can you kill that man? There he goes. Marvellous. Just what we needed to see. After all that, they went out with a whimper. To the surprise of absolutely no one, they made the battle way longer than it needed to be for no reason. Unless they do kill Orofin. Well, I've just sort of come to terms with the campaign, really, Calvin. Also, it's been sort of an easy go. I'm also feeling a little bit more positive about things just because the return to relative normality for me is right around the corner, so I'm not going to be marooned at home for too much longer. I can actually start making progress with what I intend to do with my life, which is, you know, nice. Instead of, well, I guess like Lockdown 2 Electric Boogaloo might be on the way, which that wouldn't be ideal, but as long as I can do my work before that really bites, I don't really care. One thing that is worth mentioning as well is here the weather has started to turn. We had a couple of days of really nice sunshine on Sunday and Monday, but since then the weather has started to turn more autumny. It's raining right now, in fact. Just started. How about that? Defeat is almost a certainty. What are we doing? That wasn't... Yeah, just go after them. Now Orofin is still alive. I can see the red cape. Plague Man himself. Have you decided if you can stop... Oh yeah, I'm going to do another... I was going to do another Divide and Conquer campaign regardless, to be honest. You do say things in the heat of the moment sometime. But I'm going to throw that open to a vote. I will sort of cut it down to certain categories, like I said. I think it will be an evil faction, certainly, and probably, even more specifically, an evil men faction. I think will be the optimal pick. So Angmar, the Ara Denayim, Rune, Harad, all will be options. Continue. We don't actually have any cavalry in this army anymore to chase things down, which is a bit of a shame. We have this unit though, who are getting shots, so don't do that. Abandon your posts, flee! It's a strange choice in the first place to try and come after us in the way that they did there, but no matter. They're going to run. I think we'll have to chase them down. So, yeah, like, look at this. Look, our arrows are doing very little. Must we? Must we engage in this dance? Well, you're pretty quick, so you'll probably catch them, to be honest. Yeah, there we go, look. Anyway. Gives us time to consider... No, you chase them. No, you're the one that I do want to chase them. What is this? Woodland Sentinels? No, no, no. Another minor Isengard stack. Bob Ross. A good friend of mine is a big fan of Bob Ross. And he actually is sort of really improving on his drawing at the moment himself. He's actually pretty decent at it, I must say. I've always been absolutely horrendous at drawing. Like, it's been poor. Like, I don't know if this is probably something that people in the UK had to do, but if anyone in the UK that's watching, or anyone in other countries, whatever your equivalent of primary school is, like twice a year basically, we had to either draw one of our shoes or like a jar of flowers, or a vase of flower, not a jar. But did they just return? No, they didn't. They turned around though. Weird. But yeah, we had to draw them, and there were 3 categories. You could either be sort of average basically, or you could be working beyond expected capabilities, or working towards, which basically means you suck, and I was always working towards. I think part of it is the way that I've always gripped a pen or a pencil. It's just like, it's incorrect. I know it's wrong, but it's the way that... It's not great. My handwriting is fine though, but my drawing is just, oof. It's not good. I know a lot of it is down to practice, but when you start off from a bad position when it comes to drawing, you're in a bad... you're always onto a losing thing there. My brother's pretty good at drawing as well, actually.
Stay in the trees.
Right, kill them all.
We must defend these lands.
Good tidings. Right, we do actually... I think we do actually need to sort of start moving forwards, like now, probably. Can we actually reach that settlement? What is going on there? No, this is the one I want. Right, we're actually going to move in with Celeborn himself, I think. Celeborn himself with the Yavanna's Chosen can go with him. Possibly the Gerthinen as well. To be honest, as long as we maintain happiness there, I'm not that bothered, but a lot of these units are also now very depleted. Yeah, let's just combine these into one super unit. Yeah, the Gerthinen can go forward as well. Now then. Right, definitely these two. Actually, how much do we have? So we have... We need the catapult, otherwise we won't be able to attack the settlement immediately. Let's combine some of these horse archers. Yes, you go in. You can go in because I can combine you. Guynard is looking a little bit thin on the ground at this point, but I can always send forward another unit. Art continued into GCSE for you. You must have been pretty decent at it then, Tancred. I remember the art GCSE exam is like an all-day thing. I don't know if I would have had the... well, I didn't have the ability to do such things, let alone the stamina. Just wasn't my subject in the end. Which is always what you have. Always run into a few of those. You're never going to be good at everything. Wait. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so we just got a unit out in no man's land now. I moved it out by accident. Right, now we've gone too far. We have overplayed our hand. And we need to move more units in there, because Guynard is not happy. Come on now. Be reasonable here. You're actually going to make me send forward all of these? Okay, that'll do. We're good. We're fine. And this will be sufficient to deal with really anything we need. So yeah, let's attack. this will give us a nice choke point as well. Isengard they have in the past proven that they are willing to go around. Oh, they've got a hidden army here. How nice.
Fight to the end.
Doesn't matter. Victory shall be ours. Lord Celeborn the Invincible is going to be quite an ironic title if he drops dead from plague. I've just realised. Invincible in battle maybe, but not invincible to microbes, I guess. Right. Well, we don't have a choice but to use our catapult ammunition on the gate, so it also largely comes down to what they actually have available to them. We actually don't have that many archers in this army, to be honest. So we may actually be rolling in rather quickly. But we do have halberds for days. Look at that. That is going to be that's going to be too much for them to handle. Yeah, we've got infantry quality certainly. Mounted units are a bit of a concern, perhaps. We'll see. We'll see what they have for us. I would expect, though, in a depleted settlement, that Lothlorien units and Elven King's Gate Guard should be enough to get the job done, with some to spare for later.
The enemy have brought up more men.
Might be worth our while to actually be really rather aggressive here, and just and try to actually take the settlement and then prevent them from coming in. Because if we make it a more grindy battle, that will suit us more, especially with stuff like crossbows on hand. Okay. Hello, Sir Nation, and Armin. Right. Man. My kingdom for some disposable units. Right, are you actually going to hit this gate, or are you going to go fully wide of the mark? Oh, actually, no. You hit. That one didn't. Neither did that one. Right, okay, get a little bit closer then. You're embarrassing me. Right, you two, we can move in a little bit. The halberdiers are the ones we want to send in first, I think. And then we can back them up. We do have some ranged units, but they're sort of more close range stuff. We've got javelins and Gorvaleg. Gonna have to trundle this catapult in as well. We've got surprisingly few spears as well, which is a problem if there are wargs over here, which there are. And there's a ballista. It's going to be slightly awkward, this one, I suppose, but we should still win it. My concern is if we win it by enough of a margin to actually hold on to this bloody place. Right, take this gate down. How are you missing from this close with standard shots? We better get in through this gate. Okay, it's damaged. We'll be fine. There we go. Marvellous. And with that, let's go down to 1 speed again, and we'll get closer with the catapult. Maybe I'll send in the swords first, actually, because that'll be a beacon for all of the ammunition. You can come in here. Celeborn is probably actually better off outside because he's our best bet against the wargs, actually, now that I think about it. So too are the javelins. We've actually got a decent amount of sentinels of Karen Amroth as well, which will be most good in a situation like this. Another unit of gate guard. Yeah, we're just going to roll in. Just use brute force. We'll have reinforcements on the way forward soon enough. Doing a lot with a little is what we have done throughout this entire campaign, really, so I'm not that worried. I'm sprinting with these units over here, and yet my Yavanna's chosen are still moving more quickly than them, which is quite surprising. Yeah, the units inside the settlement, though, are about to get Pretty rude awakening. What is this? Yes, we need you forward.
We've captured the enemy's walls.
I'm okay, Senna. Thank you very much for asking. The stream is chugging a little bit on my second screen, which is a little bit of a concern. Okay, you go over that way. You go over that way. You go over that way. Halberdiers, you can go this way. As can the Gerthinen. I think it just caught back up, so we are good. We're getting shot, are we? A taste of my own medicine. It's not going to help you though, is it? You are doomed. Where are they going? They're pointing the wrong way. Oh, I see. Well, good luck to them. Actually, let's just get real up close and personal with them first. We could go around the back as well, but those are only orc defenders. It's more important to handle the crossbows. I'm actually glad the crossbows are not targeting our halberds. Galathrim swordsman. Yeah, and everything else can stay outside, to be honest. Galathrim guards. Yeah, here we go. You fools! You activated my trap card. Oh dear, those are Uruk-hai archers. Let's not get too tangled up with them. I mean, to be fair though, Uruk-hai archers, like, what are we even doing? We can slaughter them. No problem at all. You two get into the settlement. Get in there. Crossbows are attacking us. Yeah, we could go around this way, I suppose. With them. Ooh, we're getting shot by them. Yes. No bueno. Those Uruk-hai on the front line though should really be getting slaughtered. Get some infighting on the go as well. Why not? Glorious scenes. Orc defenders, eh? We do have the catapult as well, which will be useful at least. Don't know why they didn't move forward when I told them to, but yeah, they're getting ruined by the halberds. Exactly as we need. Not going to be a complete whitewash of a victory this, but as long as we can sort of take the interior of the settlement, we can then really just hold them at bay. As a matter of fact, it's worthwhile to get in here and block the way right now. Orc defenders. We may as well shoot them, to be honest, because we're not really going to be able to get into a much better position. It's risky because we might get friendly fire on our Galathrim, but it's far too good of a target to pass up. Right, you go in here. Throw the Javies in there as well. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. You can shoot at them. That was almost perfect friendly fire on my Galathrim. Well done, Catapult. You have served your nation well by killing its finest. That reinforcing army is just completely pointless if they aren't going to utilize it properly.
Half the enemy force remains.
Yeah, they are finished. Actually, you can push forward. I think that was actually the... No, we do have a bit of ammunition still. Actually, no, that is a terrible idea, because you're just going to end up flattening Celeborn, aren't you? I know what you're going to do. Oh yeah, this is... that's the big rip for you, I'm afraid. I think my chat window is now disabled again in the way that it oh so likes to be when the stream starts to take a nosedive on my second screen. Let's just reset that, shall we?
Our men no longer command the city.
What are you talking about? Of course we command the city. Bane Guard. Ha. Okay, so second screen out of action temporarily while it resets. But what is there that needs to be worried about at this point? Yeah, it's better to just defend the TC. It doesn't matter too much, to be honest, because... Wait, what are we doing? Celeborn, what on earth? You're just pushing into them, I guess. Okay. Well, whatever floats your boat. As long as you don't die doing that. Yeah, you can keep killing them. They took like no losses to those Orc defenders. Glorious. Kill all of them. Is there anything we can send back to reinforce? You're a fairly chunky unit. You get over there and help your liege. You get over here, shoot into the side. And then we're pretty much sorted because there's no way they're going to be able to dislodge us. And that should be that. Just in case, let's get our catapult into the area of control as well. Any minute now, the second screen will come back into... will wheeze back into life.
Behold how our cowardly foe runs.
Their general is way in the corner still with their war, because they're crazy if they think that I'm going out there to meet them. I mean, there is a ballista there. Right, can you brake, please? That would be jolly nice. There we go. And you can. What is this? What is this single file? What is this single file situation that we've got going on here? Less of that, please. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Is there anything we can actually use this for? That will end the battle there. Good. That wasn't too painful in the end. So now we should have a front line that Isengard, before they could pick between which settlement they wanted to go after. That should not be the case now, though. Foldberg is right in the way of them. And there he goes. That other army's still alive, but... Ah, mission success. More money. It's a good thing. I was worried we were going to run out of money for a second then. Look at the... only 86,000 coins. I'm downright poor. Right. With that, you can actually go over here and... they have an army in Isengard. But I mean, look at this. Like Isengard are in so much trouble. That is concerning, but it's not the end of the world. Right, we've got... You've already moved, haven't you? This army down here. Yes, they have. Honestly, this army can probably be self-sustaining at this point. We're re-recruiting units. I think perhaps if we've got some... We've got Gorvalag in there, haven't we? Yeah, we have. Okay. Well, I think we will send over a single unit of Elven King's bodyguard to help reinforce the capital. These two units, however, are going to continue and join up with the southward march. Right, we still can't build anything there. Can we build anything anywhere at this point? On Adirith, you can have a artist studio. Hey look, another invasion army on the way up here. That's another one of those Nazguls as well. Gan Altan. I think that's the Kandish Nazgul, if I recall. Ooh, more money. Don't mind if I do. Tirith Anduin. Go for a fairground there. Aldberg. We can't actually build anything because they're being sieged, but it's not too concerning. Stronghold, nearly complete. Hornburg, we were already building something. Actually, no, we weren't. Go for an art gallery. Try and get the happiness situation here sorted sooner rather than later. Actually, is the chat working? I'm not sure if it is on the second screen. What a pain. Give me a second here. Definitely a very janky system. Definitely room for improvement in that regard, but not without significant investment that I can't really afford at this point. Okay, I'll save there. And I guess past the turn, Isengard could try and retake Foldberg, but they don't really have enough around here to do so. They're in trouble. It's really this that I'm actually more worried about. It's been a while since I was more worried about Karas Galadon, but I think Celeborn has managed to weather the plague. Ah yes, I can see that, Tancred, good. Excellent. We are back. Need to get you more patrons. Well, I mean, that is the... I've never wanted to be too... Even with Patreon, I've never wanted to be too overt about it. Are they going to siege? They are. They're going to do it. Good lads. I think they are just going to siege us though, aren't they? Or are they? Are they just going to assault it immediately? No, they're just gonna let it be. Yeah, I mean, more patrons would make getting a new PC a little easier, but I've never wanted to be too overt about it. I mean, I've done, to be honest, a fairly shoddy job at promoting myself on YouTube. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not indeed? We managed to retrain those units before the moment of reckoning came, though, so we've got a very healthy stack there, to be honest with you. But perhaps it wouldn't be too bad of an idea to keep some units around just in case. They can go in there. You can keep going south, but yeah, like I know that like having your own Discord and like saying, you know, make sure to smash that like button, guys, will always get you like it. That sort of thing is fairly cringy in my opinion, but it is proven to work. But I just don't like doing it. Something feels quite disingenuous about all of that stuff, but you know, whatever. Gainard is unhappy. Right, what is this? Like, what are you doing? What are you hoping to accomplish with this trash, my friend? Actual trash. How come Gainard is still not happy? Maybe if we moved a general, but that would make Onodirith less happy, but I don't know, maybe it's worth it. I mean, Gainard's got the plague though, right? This gentleman here. Whatever. Okay. It doesn't make a difference, I suppose, in the end. Build an armory here. Oh, actually, that's a militia armory. We've already got an armory in here then. Marvellous. How did they not have crop rotation here yet? Let's get an artist studio on the go, I guess. I mean, we could go for Isengard here. What is this? They've got a fort. It's kind of an awkward situation because I could rush Orthanc down, but I would end up losing stuff, and I really don't want to overextend myself. What is going on here? Turns until surrender, 5. Right, well, I mean, it's going to be less than 5 turns before I can get a unit like this down here, and we can just finish you off. Morgul chosen? What a joke. You're about to be dead, my friends. Aknod. Don't smash that like button. smash that bell and ring that like button. What have we got going on here? Not much. To be fair, we haven't built an awful lot here because we haven't needed to, but we still have the opportunity to do some things. Let's just do a wall of music, why not? We're getting money the likes of which have never been seen before. Catapult maker, sure, why not? Why not? Why shouldn't we have catapults? Sure, great art galleries, here we go. A tavern. Rockberg is still a hovel. Onodirith is doing that. Entwade is building stuff. Aldberg is under siege. That, I think, is all we can do for now. Just in case of crashes every turn. There's always a possibility here in the late game. Yeah, Isengard aren't... They can't reach Onodirith anyway, and if they do, I can just send some more units back regardless. £5 a month. Get 32 hours of content. I suppose that's one way of looking at it, but part of YouTube's appeal has always been the fact that it is not the sort of thing that you need. It's not a sort of a mandatory subscription, I suppose. I mean, it's the sort of thing you definitely need to do if you intend to do it as like a proper job, because at that point it is your livelihood. Let's fight this battle then. But for me, like, I make enough to the point where it's like not worth me getting a part-time job, which is good. Obviously it's still, I'm basically, when it comes to expenses, I'm like only just above breaking even, so it's not like I'm making money in any great quantity. But I know exactly what to do here. We will lure them in, and then we'll shoot them in the back. What am I doing? Aha. And then we can charge them in the back as well. But yeah, I mean, I suppose if you do intend to make it your primary source of income, it's the sort of like, you know, really publicising Patreon and really leaning into all of that stuff is the sort of thing you have to do to make it viable. Hello, Gervais. Good to see you. Right, let's get you lot over here. I mean, you're not brilliant in this situation, Scouts, because it is Morgul Chosen. Not a lowly unit of trash by any means. Right, let's get you ready. We should win this though. I mean, what, 100? I mean, there's a... Technically speaking, the numbers are very similar, but I mean, we should really be okay.
The enemy are battering down the gates.
These elven defenders definitely make the difference. Thanks, Calvin. That's very kind of you.
The enemy's ram has breached the gates.
But yeah, like I said, like the Patreon stuff and also the YouTube Super Chat money all will be just going towards a new PC, which obviously my PC at the moment is more than sufficient to make like Medieval 2 stuff work. But in the future, if I want to get onto like Warhammer 3 and the like, oh, for crying out loud.
No longer ours. The enemy have taken them.
Look at this, look. Absolute madness. Well, I mean, 1,000 militia and 4,000 Harad soldiers. Yeah, I know that Gondor is like a grind of a campaign, but it's like set up to be so because obviously you're so under pressure right from the start. There are a few units that that make that a little bit more worthwhile though. Like I think, is it the Anfalas pikes for Gondor that are just like indispensable basically, and if you can just get like a bunch of them, you can hold the line indefinitely against most of what's thrown at you. Especially if you can hold on to... Wait a minute, what the hell are they doing? Hello? The town is the other way. What is this? Well, that's bizarre. They were just like, not sure we want to take this town actually. We've been here for like 10 turns, but you know what? Having second thoughts now. Now that we realise we're facing off against 3 units instead of just the 1, suddenly I'm not so sure. Oh, on Reforged. Right, do you intend to attack, my friends? They're coming forwards now, though. Right, here we go. Engage with them. And we can shoot them in the back. It's probably going to take quite a while, to be honest, to chip through the Morgul Chosen's armour. What are they doing exactly? They're going to take losses doing that, so I'm not too concerned. Again, this is pretty bizarre. Sure, let's just shoot them, I guess.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they're going to take the town centre, but like I can easily remedy that. Like, they're just taking a lot of losses to my elven defenders here. I don't really want to charge into them from the front, but
our foe has taken control of the city.
6 whole minutes. Easy, light work. Right, is there anything left of these boys? There is. Okay, we'll get into melee with you then. Slaughter what remains of them, and then just go all in.
The enemy are badly bloodied.
There we
They
go.
have lost half their men.
The rest of their unit is probably going to form back up. Right, you go there. You go here. And the cavalry can get ready to charge in as well. The masterpiece in action.
We meet them at last. Our foe has lost control of the city.
You know what, charge in from the back.
Good tidings.
Wow, that was quick. One charge and their general dies. With sword cavalry as well, of all things. Well, they got destroyed by that charge. Yeah, we're not going to allow them to escape with any manpower at all. A completely inconsequential fight, but Thranduil, the fake version that we now have, wins a battle, which is nice for him. Ever since the real Thranduil's demise. I wonder if Mirkwood and Dale are at war with one another, because I noticed they did break their alliance, which there's not really much time for us to be getting up. Well, I mean, to be honest, Mirkwood and Dale are kind of inconsequential at this point, because there's no way they're going to come south to be useful. So, really, who cares? And now we can build Aldberg's militia armory, which is very nice. Are they going to attack us anywhere? Mordor is still just sieging Carascaladon. Wow, that's we might not need to worry about Mordor, to be honest. Derwath. What is that then? What is Derwath? Death stalks the land. Foldberg. Celeborn is still plaguing it up. To be fair though, I think Orifin may have recovered. Did he? Yep. He's not affected by the plague anymore, apparently. But we need to fix that. Not that. Repair. What is this? That's actually an army which is annoyingly solid. if such a thing exists. Well, Mordor are probably not going to be sending individual units of nonsense over towards me any longer. If Minas Morgul is under siege, and if Morannon, look at this, look at this, look at the chads that Dorwinion are. A full strength Dorwinian army, and look at all those elves as well. Look at those Avari. Man, just how. Right, well, I might actually be ruining everything for them here.
Yes.
Right, actually, you know what? Can we kill you? Because I think you might be getting in the way here, if I'm being honest.
I cannot do that.
Why?
If only I could. I cannot do that.
All the time I spent trying to block Isengard off with my diplomats and spies on bridges, and I've actually gotten in the way of my ally. Come on, for crying out loud. Why can't we disband him? Yeah, whatever. Well, no matter. Rockberg? Nope. I don't know why I keep checking that, because there's no chance that that is ever going to be a viable settlement. This... it's not a particularly strong army. We've got units on the way. Could send forward another unit just to shore things up. Sure, why not? Let's get a unit of Girthinen in there. Clicking on him and press delete work.
Yes, my lord.
Nope. What a fool. I mean, to be fair, Dorwinion have parked their armies in there without letting me get out, so I can't send him that way apparently.
My lord.
Maybe it's just because he's out of movement.
I could, as you wish.
Why can't he move further in then? Why can't... Oh, because of Morannon.
What is it you wish to discuss?
We're not actually allies, are we? No. Do you want to be allies? Wait. No, we are allies, aren't we? How come I can't be allies with you? Have we already reached maximum? Bizarre. Okay, well, we're stuck, I guess. Show cursor stat on another area, then use the move character cheat. Whatever. We'll just leave it for now. Well, that's really annoying. I mean, I don't think I need to worry too much. I mean, Dorwinion are apparently just ruining Mordor at the moment. So, turns out wine is exactly what you need. Gainard apparently is now elven in culture, which happened far quicker than the other regions. Right, what was I actually doing? Is there anything else I can actually do at the moment? I don't really think there is. I mean, I kind of want to go forward and, like, what army is this, like? Not a very good one. What I kind of want to do is just leave a token force behind here in Foldberg and go right for the throat. Just go for Isengard. Just take Orthanc right now. Which I think, to be honest, I'm going to do. I think what we do is we just take, like, this amount. And that will be enough to take Isengard, because they've got, like, nothing in there, apparently. We might lose Foldberg as a result, because this army will probably turn around and take it, but I mean, who cares? They might even try to retake Hornburg, actually, now that I look at the situation. It might be worth actually trying to engage them on the field. Regardless of how we do this, let's take all of these units. Let's just do it. Enough of this nonsense. How have they got this? Oh, I guess it's their garrison. Hello, Manus, and 2020. We've got double our men, but if most of this is a garrison, it's going to be like orc defenders and fighters, which are just terrible. Man, remember the last time we were here? Remember when we were like, man, we'll just be here. Like, Rohan, we'll save them. There's nothing to worry about. cut to 20 turns later and Rohan have completely disintegrated. This time I will be holding on to this place, and we're going to be building Entboys. Guards are there, swordsmen. Yeah, quality of our units should be enough. You'd hope. I've been wrong before, but you'd hope. That is a big gate as well, so we should be fine. Let's have a little look at what they actually have at their disposal. A lot of it, I think, is trash. Yeah, like this. Like this is going to be just man. Imagine facing down Lothlorien with this. Almost insulting. I mean, these guys have at least got some armor. That's nice. But man, this is a sea of garbage. The only thing they have that's of any note is their Uruk-hai bodyguard. Ever do any modding in Reforged or anything else? I personally haven't done any creating of mods, no. There we go. Lovely. You have missed not much, Jasdeep, to be fair. I'm just about to take Orthanc. Mordor have... I think, to be honest, this invasion is what's ultimately allowed Dorwinion to invade Mordor's heartland, because they've sent their strongest armies up to Caras Galadon, half the world away. And they're just being picked apart. And they're probably going to continue doing that as well, to be honest. Like, they're probably just going to keep sending big full stacks of invasion armies up to Caras Galadon, even though it's costing them. So, I mean, really, the campaign is nearing its end, regardless of how we choose to do this, because, I mean, that would be hilarious if Dorwinion were the ones to just roll in and take Barad-dûr, but we'll wait and see. Come on, that gate's massive. How are you missing it? There we go. I do, Jasdeep, yes. A rather large amount of money they spent on that particular acquisition, but it's amazing how quickly like people's perceptions turn around, though, because people were saying that Sony have won this console generation before it started, but all of a sudden people aren't so sure because of the rather large catalogue of games that Bethesda has, and you can bet your bottom dollar that there's going to be timed exclusivity for Xbox and PC now. There is precedent for that already. I remember the Skyrim DLC was exclusive to Xbox when it first came out, which a lot of people were not happy about for good reason. I personally don't like those sorts of practices, but, you know, as long as it only affects the console market, to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. As callous as that may be to our console brethren. Sony has God of War, yeah, but I mean, if you consider all of the things that comes under Bethesda's umbrella, you've got the Elder Scrolls, you've got Fallout, you've got Prey, you've got Doom, you've got Dishonored. Anything that Bethesda Game Studios, Arcane, id Software make. Big stuff. Not insignificant. All of them together as well. I would say that the Elder Scrolls or Fallout on their own, in terms of a commercial property, beats out God of War fairly comfortably, actually. The quality of the game is a different matter. If you're arguing quality of game, then that's different. But in terms of value, Bethesda Game Studios franchises are enormous in terms of the amount of value they have. That much cannot be denied. The same is true the other way around, though, mediocre. Man, having no range units is glorious. It means Celeborn won't be subject to a bunch of crossbow fire for once. What are they firing at? Oh, I see. Coming forwards already, are you? Man, Orc Defenders. Pour one out for the Orc Defenders. Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, like the time of like PC has definitely increased in its in its market share lately. Hence why people have said exclusive to whatever console it's on and PC. I know that PC gaming is a little bit more expensive, but to be brutally honest with you, like, you can get like a decent PC for not that much more than a console, and you get access to far more in terms of a game library. It's just convenience, really. Last of Us alone is worth more than all their games. All of Bethesda Game Studios' games, Lewis? Because if that's your claim, you are very incorrect. The Last of Us, the most recent Last of Us, made a lot of money, but if let's say Bethesda released the Elder Scrolls 6 tomorrow, it would blow the Last of Us 2's numbers completely out of the water. They won't, of course, because Bethesda are dragging their heels something fierce on the Elder Scrolls 6. You're incorrect, Lewis. I'm sorry to say. Factually speaking. I can promise you that the Elder Scrolls 6, when it releases, will make bank in a big way. And that's not disparaging. Like, I'm not even making any sort of comment on The Last of Us's quality, really. I didn't play either Last of Us game, so I don't have a horse in that particular race. I speak cold, hard arithmetic when I tell you that, because I've got my issues with Bethesda Game Studios games in terms of the quality that they offer, in terms of mechanics, but they make money in droves. Microsoft might give them enough money to get Test 6 out sooner. I don't think money is the issue. I think the issue is just that they've been coasting for quite a while, I think, Bethesda. They were sort of getting by because no one else was making open world games like they were, even at the start of this decade. So stuff like Skyrim and even Fallout 4 to a certain extent, no one was really making that stuff like they were at that point. Now it's completely different. Everyone is making open world games, and the biggest kicker for me was when I played Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I realised that, to be honest with you, in terms of like the open world mechanics here, on their first game they've already caught up with Bethesda. And this is like what, Warhorse Studios, I think their name was, which, like, they're like a brand new developer, and already their open world is up to the same sort of standard that Bethesda are at. And I think when that sort of thing starts coming through, when, like, you know, The Witcher 3 comes out and completely dominates the Game of the Year awards at the time, I think that sort of has to light a fire under Bethesda if they want to keep their status. And to be honest, when it comes to Bethesda, their next game, Starfield, for me, is the indicator of what Bethesda will be moving forward. If they really make something of quality, if they pour their heart and soul into it, if they make a good game, which they should be able to with what they have, then I'm willing to sort of say, you know what, the Elder Scrolls 6 will probably be a return to form. But we'll see. I've played Far Cry 3. Fallout New Vegas 2 would be... it's an interesting idea, now that Obsidian and Bethesda are technically under the same umbrella. Wild times. Why are you in melee exactly? Lothlorien archers. But yeah, I think Bethesda, they got complacent, I think. They started churning things out without putting enough effort into it. If you want to be the best in the business, you've got to put the effort in. And they were being exposed a little bit by their rivals. So we'll see. If Starfield turns out to be good quality, then fair play. If Starfield turns out to just be Fallout 4 with a new paint job on it, though, then you can infer that Bethesda are just sort of going to be... They're going to be like a McDonald's game studio where they just churn stuff out because it's for mass appeal. We are now sieging Orthanc, a nation. Speaking of which, they're on the way over here. Yeah, it's going to tear into them nicely. Lots of nice kills. You can go over here like so. Oh, come on. Why are you reforming, lads? Oof, lucky they decided to retreat from that. Well, we are easily going to be able to win on this front line. Get after them. Elven King's gate guard. No, run. Keep running. It's a bizarre sort of tactic this one unit of Orc Defenders has got going on. Celeborn can shoot them, actually. You get into them. Marvellous. Do you think they're just going to milk the cow? I mean, if you're talking about Bethesda, I think if they sort of lose their reputation beyond repair, then I think that they'll sort of just cease to care. Which will be a shame, but there's nothing much you can do about that. A lot of big studio. I don't think Bethesda, even though Fallout 76 was trash, I don't think that you can say they've fallen from grace quite spectacularly as a developer like Blizzard, for example, or BioWare, who have really not put out a good game in quite a while, and who won't under EA's banner. While I think there's definitely some debate to be had when it comes to Bethesda, I think there's still hope that they can make a good game. I think when it comes to a company like BioWare, they are finished really at the highest level. Yeah, shoot into them. Yeah, why not? You can come forward as well, actually. That was some nice damage. Hello, Owen, and there was someone from Australia, yes, Logini. Sucker Punch Studios, not an awful lot. 343 Industries, really got a hill to... Yeah, 343 Industries, like, I don't really know, it's like... 343 Industries Halo games are like bad fan fiction. Like, whoever is doing the writing for the new Halo is... I don't know what they were thinking, but like it is poor. Very bizarre choices. But still, I mean, Infinite has already been memed, hasn't it, because of the brute that looks like a sad gorilla. But what are you going to do, right? Some of those arrows are going way over from the split shots, but yeah, with no ranged units, this was naught but a formality, really.
Our men no longer command the castle.
Oh no, what are we going to do? What is this? Sentinels of Karen Amroth? Galathrim Guards? Yes, there we go. I don't know. I think there's definitely ups and downs recently. Like a lot of like the old guard have fallen from grace a little bit, but there's always new stuff cropping out.
Our men have taken control of the castle.
There'll always be games that, depending on your taste, you'll be able to get that are good. It just depends. Like, it may not necessarily be AAA stuff that you're able to get, but you'll still be able to get some good stuff. Right, and now we wait. Resident Evil 8. Yeah, I mean, Resident Evil is a good example of a series that looked dead in the water for a little while, but then 7 and the remakes that they've come out with really have sort of salvaged it, really. Capcom are a bizarre developer as well. Like, they can make some really, really good stuff, but they can also be
Enemy general lies dead.
really, really terrible as well.
The enemy army flees the field.
It seems to be a lot of Japanese studios can be that way. Like Japanese studios can be like tremendous, but they can also be dreadful. It's really weird. It's a bizarre juxtaposition they've got going on a lot of the time. Next Total War will probably be Warhammer 3, Lewis Drew. Almost certainly. They may release more Lord of the Rings games because of the series, depending on how successful it is. I mean, to be fair, like a TV series isn't necessarily enough to ensure games getting made, because Game of Thrones didn't really have any games, did it, as such? But who knows? We shall occupy. Isengard is now ours to keep. Build an artist studio in there. Ents. We can build Ents, which we will do quite literally as soon as we possibly can. Right, now. This army. What do we think? What are we thinking?
Elven warriors.
We've got a lot of movement on these guys. I think we can actually get some extras out onto the field as well. Let's get another unit of archers out to assist us in our endeavours. Maybe we can... The general needs to stay here, otherwise the happiness will tank. The ballista can stay as well. Would be quite... Nah, we should be fine. We're going to spread the plague to Orthanc. Have you ever played GTA 5? Sure. Loads of people play... Oh yeah, there is a Golem game coming, isn't there? I saw that. It's like a survival game, it's like a stealth game, basically. But yeah, I played GTA 5. I think most people have played GTA 5 though, right?
Elves. Bloody elves. Take it for the elves.
Are you serious? We can't actually reach them? They're just going to avoid us. Oh, bloody hell. Well, no matter. We've got Lothlorien units on the way, so... It is of little concern. It's a little bit fragile, that situation there, I guess. Right, I think we've built everything we can now, right? Limb here? Well, we can build something here. Sure. Just public health, why not? Apparently the plague is rampant, so... Yeah, there we go. Save in case of crashes, as per the usual. Oh, we've got to move them. Ents soon, friends. We're actually not making as much money now because Karos Galadon's under siege, but we've got so many money-making settlements at this point, it really doesn't matter. So it begins. Oh, look at that Isengard stack as well. This is actually a fairly precarious situation, if I'm being honest, but we should be okay. I think the balance of power is just like that because of all the generals. Man. Kicking this old school nail-biting encounters in our capital.
The tide of battle seems to have turned against us.
Oh, do be
We must
quiet.
act and halt this turn of events.
Right. Karos Galadon, if nothing else, is an exceptionally
Advance. Hold your fire.
defensible settlement.
We will fight.
You get down there. You're already there. You're a unit that's too big.
Hold your fire.
Actually, you know what? You can just go into fire at will, to be honest, now that I think about it. Right, you... Lothlorien March Wardens. Is there space in there for you? There is. Marvellous. So you're up there. Gorvalega up there. Javelinos. Right. Now then. The defence going to be... Wait a minute. Why are you... Get down. Yeah. Why would you have the Galathrim guards in the bloody rafters? It doesn't make any sort of sense at all. Got some elven defenders that we can use cheaply. You can just be sort of on the front, or at least you will be. Yavanna's Chosen. Setting up on Carascaladon's always a nightmare because you don't want all those people in the walkways. This little slanting bit as well is actually not helpful at all. It's honestly something I wish it didn't have, but no matter. Right, as long as all of our infantry is close enough that we can use it quickly, we should be just fine. That's a unit we need to retrain. Maybe we weren't able to do that. Maybe we've got 2 units of Lancers. One's exceptionally damaged, but don't need to worry about that. We've got loads of Javelins as well. The issue is more going to be if they just try and barge through, and if they are successful in doing that. Well, we shall see. Right, cavalry out there. And we shall charge in afterwards. Right, you're off fire at will, aren't you? Good. Are there any story-friendly Lord of the Rings games? Not based on the main series, I don't think. I mean, there's War in the North. There's the RTS, Battle for Middle-earth. Uruk Bodyguard are pushing up the Ram. Absolutely galaxy brain idea from Mordor. Actually, before we get too cocky, let's roll in with some guard mode goodness. Where's the Yavanna's Chosen? Actually, we've got another unit of Yavanna's Chosen we didn't even have on the front line. Absolutely unacceptable behaviour. You're in there though. Spears. This unit of spears can go over there like so. Okay. And then actually the Sentinels of Caern Amroth can go off to the side for the time being because we need clear shots for our Javelin boys when they come forward. Why are you on fire at will? Absolutely not. It's you. Black Uruk Halberds, Black Uruk Halberds, Black Uruk Halberds, Black Uruk Halberds. What are we getting shot by? What on earth are you doing back here? So, wait a moment, that's a building, so they can't come in here. What are you? No. No, 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 no. Enough of this. And we've got our cavalry, which is apparently in range as well. Now that we're dealing with Mordor's insane Temple Marksman units, we can't afford to get too cocky, but the cavalry can just sort of go off into the Shadow Realm for the time being. The Halberds getting shot. They've got good armour though, so they're probably just going to withstand most of that. To be fair, the pikes aren't quite as resilient as certain other units. They don't have any trolls either by the looks of things, which is kind of surprising, and trolls would be the unit I'd be most worried about. They can't really just barge through terribly easily at this point. Right, I've told you, can you leave the area so you aren't just getting shot? And you as well, actually. They can't attack from that side. There's no need to be concerned. At least I bloody hope not. Buildings aren't viable to knock down and come in any other time, so I don't see why it would be the case now. Yeah, that Uruk bodyguard is going to get ruined, but I think I will actually start firing into the halberds now, sort of a preemptive strike so that we can get the business done quickly. We should be fine. We'll keep the Gorvaleg Am unit, or Gorvaleg I should say. It's a very awkward thing to pronounce. Not even entirely convinced I'm doing it properly, but yes, look at those javies. And now the cavalry can come back from whence it came. This is a little bit less backs to the walls than it was in the past, because the individual quality of our units is significantly higher now than it was. Black Uruks are at the back there. Let's get some more units in there just to shore things up nicely. There is no time for slow speeds. There we go.
The walls are no longer ours. The enemy have taken
I assume in the past it was probably because of hardware constraints. Total War has always been a game which is a little bit taxing for its era. I assume now as well it's because like controllers, it's not really the easiest thing. I mean, that excuse doesn't really wash anymore because they've been able to do things on like mobile. But yeah, what is this? Black Uruks. They do have some Temple Knights actually, to be fair to them.
We must keep our borders safe.
This is you, right? Yes. Shoot the Temple Knights. So actually we want to be a little bit careful of those Temple Knights, if I'm being honest. Right, whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, no. I don't think so. Alright, well, you want the big guns to come out. I will commit the Galathrim Swordsman. If you wish it. Alright, and you can actually shoot at the Temple Knights. As tempting as it is to shoot in there, I think the Temple Knights are actually more of a concern when I really consider the situation. Only individual units there are shooting, which is a little bit disappointing. Right, you go off into the distance. Kind of, Neil. I mean, it is a second invasion, but we're much better prepared for it this time. Yeah, just shoot in there then. If you can't shoot at the Temple Knights. I want to be a little bit careful about zooming into that, because that could be... they're really just going to try and just barge their way through, aren't they? With the Temple Knights. I mean, fair play. The Gorvalag are probably going to get a huge amount of kills with this being the case. We are going to take losses here, of course we are, but... That's some good damage there. That's what I'm talking about. Oof. You want to be a little bit careful of the blood spray, because that's what really does us in. There's still a little bit of... I mean, we've still got the full surround off. They've got a huge blob here, but I mean... Come on, really? They shouldn't really stand too much of a chance. A nice downhill charge into those Black Uruks would certainly not go amiss. And the more units they take off the front line, the better for us. And we still have... I mean, to be fair, the Galathrim Guards have taken a lot of damage. Halberd to halberd, as the situation is at the moment. Right, they are done. We do actually need archers that are out of ammunition on the front line, I think, because there is every chance that we may need to hit the panic button at any moment. You get back. Where did those Temple Knights go? Did they all die? Oh, whatever. Still Black Uruks out there, but don't need to worry ourselves too much about such things. You're over here, aren't you? Yeah, you're not really doing much there, so how about you get over here instead? Keep firing in there. Yeah, they are just trying to be flat track bullies basically and just push their way through. I mean, eventually that should really come back to haunt them, but you do never know. But that should have a big impact on their ability to keep going. Are you annoyed United didn't make any signings? Well, they did. They did get Donny van der Beek, who's a good player, but the transfer window isn't over yet. But Manchester United always do this. Like they always try to. The board at Manchester United, as most American-led boards tend to be actually, because Arsenal have got exactly the same problem in the Premier League. They always try to penny pinch, and when you get into the Champions League, that goes doubly so. So, I mean, they will end up paying for it. They're actually quite lucky that fans are not allowed in the ground. Otherwise, like, I can only imagine the level of stick that they'd be getting. Van der Beek is a big signing, to be fair. He's the problem is, like, the Manchester United fans expected Jadon Sancho. So, I mean, if you get people's expectations up to that level, you can't be too surprised when people are not that impressed when you don't meet them. We'll see. I mean, Sancho could still happen, but I somewhat doubt it. I mean, it would be quite embarrassing, to be fair, if after all of this they went back to Dortmund and ended up saying, you know what, we will pay that money that we said that we wouldn't about 2 months ago. We'll see. I don't know who they could sign at this point, to be fair. Most of the targets that would have been likely to move this year have already been plucked. Maybe if you were willing to splash the cash, you could try and go for Upamecano, perhaps. Who's brilliant, but I mean, you'd have to spend a lot of money on him as well. I support Leicester. Well, Neil, you'll always have the greatest moment in Premier League history, won't you? No one will ever do what Leicester did again. And it's not as if Leicester are a poor team, to be honest with you. They've looked good already this season. I'm not sure how many people are appreciating the sports talk, but still, it is the sport that I know the most about. The only problem I think Leicester have is if, like, you've got good depth in most places, but I think if Vardy gets injured, you're in trouble, because you don't really have a striker that's on his level if he gets injured. Which obviously is a concern. Yeah, Douglas Costa is not it. That's not what needs to be happening.
Our foe has taken control of the city.
Excuse me? What do you think you are doing? Okay, well, shoot them, I guess. Deal with them with the Galathram swordsman, I suppose.
The enemy is no longer in command of the city. Our foe has taken control of the city.
Hang on a minute. They're getting shot up pretty bad, actually. Now that I look at it, yeah, go after the temple wards though. Stopping this nonsense, nipping it in the bud quickly. There's another pretty beefy Isengard stack on the way as well, and that did take quite a lot out of us, if I'm being honest.
The enemy is our foe has taken
What have we got on this
control
side
of the
still? Sellswords, Temple Marksman, Uruk Bodyguard, bunch of awkward stuff to deal with. You're just hanging out here, are you? What is this? 3 Temple Knights. couple wards. I suppose we do actually still have a decent amount of ammunition. If we really want to use it, we could.
Behold how our cowardly foe runs. It's time to press the attack.
Again, he embarrasses himself. There goes another general.
All lies dead.
We play football, yeah. No, we won't lose. We won't lose the settlement. Like, look at this. We are in control of the situation. Where are they going? Uruk bodyguards, right. I like it.
Our enemy has command. The enemy is no longer in command.
The enemy has command of the town centre. I'm not quite sure you understand the situation. Right, can we drag these fools down? That is one of the Nazgul. They need to learn their place, Mordor. And their place is going to be, unfortunately for them, simping for Dorwinion. That's all they have left to do at this point. Where have we got cavalry? There it is. Let's get ready to recharge them. Still got march wardens. This Nazgul, he seriously needs to give up as he rolls through the swordsman line. I think regardless of how we choose to end it, to be honest with you, tomorrow will probably be the final episode of the Lothlorien campaign. Right, please be a good rear charge. That was not really what I was looking for, but you do you, lads. Keep fighting the good fight. What have we got there? Cell swords. Uruk bodyguard is shaken. Look at them, look. They're all trying to just like force their way through to the town centre. They're like panicking. They realise that. Meanwhile, this guy is still just rolling on through. Man. Wait, can we, you know what, actually, you're like, the unit is like half and half here. You just go there. Where'd the Uruk bodyguard even go? Oh, did it get killed? Did it get slaughtered? It did. How embarrassing for them. Now's a good opportunity actually to use our cavalry on the cell swords, so I can't complain too much. Temple marksman. Yeah, why not? We'll see how much damage this actually does. That was... got some kills. There was a bit of a delay on the killing, but... Right, can we... There he goes. About time. He was there for ages. No, that's not the Witch King. That was Carmul, actually, I think. Because he was in this army somewhere. He's the only one I actually know for a fact was in there. Right, our cavalry is going to get dusted here because it's getting shot by the marksman. Unfortunate for us, but what else are we going to do? The Witch King we already killed. It wasn't me that started the Man United conversation, actually. I don't think it really matters though. Just to briefly sort of tie that conversation up, I think that even if Manchester United were to sign Sancho and spend all that money, Liverpool will probably win the league again anyway. I wasn't so sure, but then they went and signed Thiago Alcantara, and I think that's that will be sufficient. That will be what they need. Did we just lose our 3 Chevron cavalry? I think we did. No. Cavalry. A nice cavalry charge into the back will probably do the business here. Let's get into a position like this and then charge. The fickle beasts that cavalry tend to be. The sellswords will probably break actually on a charge. Provided they actually get up to speed. No, the cavalry's splitting. It won't have the... That wasn't really what I had in mind, but...
Only half the enemy force remains.
Oh well. It's a fairly clear win, Owen. I actually don't think so, Logini. I think Chelsea are massively overrated. Even with their signings, I'm not convinced. They've got all the same fragilities that Manchester United have. A slightly naff manager. A team that's got a lot of egos in it that don't really come together at the right times. And, like, yes, they've got a lot of new talented players, but it'll take them a while to gel, I think. Too long, I think, for it to be viable to win the league this season. There we go. I like Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, but it's not a good situation to be in if you think that tactically you think that you could personally give him a good run for his money. But that's a. I mean, I hope he succeeds, to be honest. But I don't know if he can. What is this over here? There's like a unit out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Oh, it's a unit of random junk. Let's chase it down. What are they actually trying to do here? There's still units that are fighting, presumably. It's Temple Marksmen. Oh, we're going to kill them to the last man. Well, I mean, yeah, Manchester City, I mean, to be honest, with the amount of backing they have, they should win the league every year. Absolutely. Like I think too much money is in football anyway, but that's one of the prime examples right there. Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain are the two, aren't they, that they have that that money. Right, we need to get our archers into a more advantageous position and then shoot them. You gonna fire? You're just perpetually reloading, are you? Okay.
Behold how our cowardly foe.
There we go. Yeah, I feel for Leicester. I know it was obviously literally because of the last game of the season. It was literally Manchester United that ruined Leicester's season, but they didn't really deserve that because I think that Chelsea and Man United weren't very good last season, to be honest. Leicester were, and they ended up missing out, which is sad for them. But yeah, that was I'm actually going to have a look. What did the Goivolag actually get in terms of kills then? 279, yeah, so it can't be body piercing, but I mean still. Good performance by our boys in grey. I don't know what to make of Tottenham. There's so many things that could go wrong for them in a volatile sense. Like, Bale is a risk. I mean, he's a fantastic player if it works, but it's a risk. Their defence is dodgy. And then there's Mourinho. I really don't know what... Again, it'll either work out brilliantly or it'll go horribly, horribly wrong. Oof, look at this. Okay then, lads, who's first? They've changed their mind. They realise they're in trouble. Oh yeah, they're going to take that settlement. Well, to be honest with you, better that than the alternative. They're just sieging it. Wild. Come on, Khazad-dûm, don't let me down now. You've been my brethren in this whole campaign. Sure, we'll have you. Where have you actually spawned? Minas Morgul liberated. Minas Morgul has fallen, the mighty bastion of evil, a symbol to all the world of the power of Sauron and the Witch King, is nothing more than a dead and lifeless ruin. The battle was fierce, but the sheer number of orcs wasn't enough, and they were undone. Now the forces of evil must hold fast at the Dark Tower of Cirith Ungol. Orthanc overrun. That was us. My, Dorwinion. My boys. Right, can we... Ah, good, we can escape now. Look, see, this is what I mean, look. Like, Dorwinion are ravaging Mordor, and they're still sending in, like, random guys to, like, come up and attack me specifically. But look at this, look at that. Things you love to see. And they just don't stand a chance. Like, it's over for Mordor.
Question. Stopping here.
Mordor have delved too far. Right, we need to sort of do something here because, like, it's a little bit messy at this stage. I mean, to be honest, I would kind of like to go forward and deal with that army. How much can we get away with? I mean, how much would it take for Gainard to be happy again? Okay, well, we need you 3 heading toward the front line. Or Isengard as well has got a massive garrison, like, building in it as well, so we should, like, we're indefinitely going to be fine there. Right, we need to retrain units. Specifically, Galathrim Guards, yes. Sentinels, yes. Anything else that's really depleted? Yavanna's Chosen. Guess we'll retrain you as well. So, we training. Oh, Galathrim Archers as well, look at this now. Insane levels are being reached. Where do we want to go with you? I guess we'll just keep going south. There's no real reason to go up there anymore. I mean, yes, there's invasions, but Caras Galadon is pretty much self-sustaining. Yeah, Logini, that is actually the plan. An Evil Men campaign is, of all of the Evil Men factions, I'll put a poll up, and whichever one wins will be the next campaign after this. Right, just in case. I think Celeborn seems to have survived the plague. That's actually... Who is our heir at this point? Where's our... Yeah, here it is. Family tree. It's this guy? Tarwarthian. Look at this family tree now. Look. It's gotten a little bit out of control, I have to say. And people said that elves don't like having children. Jesus. Here we go, look. So we've got... No, that's... So yeah, it is. It's you, isn't it? Tarwarthion. And yeah, Haldir is dead. This guy is... He's Morsion. He died. Where's Pollen Goldor then? I'll recognise his little portrait. He died at some stage, I assume. Huh. Well, he's gone anyway, so I guess... This guy? Faction heir? No. So hang on, where is our faction heir? He sort of vanished into thin air. I mean, he had to have died from the plague, because I know he caught it. Rune, yeah, Rune will be an option. It will certainly be an option. I know that Rune's whole thing is there's like different tribes of Easterlings that you spend the first part of the game uniting, and then you sort of go hammer and tongs against Dorwinian, Erebor and Dale. Hopefully Mordor don't capitulate in quite this way, otherwise it could be quite the awkward campaign indeed. Right, I mean this should be enough to kill this army, especially with reinforcements from the town. So I think we will actually take that fight. We will just save it quickly, just in case it does decide to crash on the load screen. But yeah, I mean, if we kill this army, we can garrison Foldberg with this force, which is kind of patchwork, but it makes Isengard's position untenable, really. And let's go. I always feel bad playing as an evil faction, that's why I don't anymore, playing as Erebor at the moment. Erebor. Interesting idea. I mean, to be fair, I've already sort of kind of planned out how we're going to sort of go through this, and obviously following the evil campaign there would presumably be another good campaign. Obviously not all of the live streams will be divide and conquer, like eventually other things will sort of start to creep in as well, but for the moment it's definitely, I think, the way to go, because it's definitely there's a lot of stuff in divide and conquer which you can work with. We've got horse archers. We've got a lot of Gurthinen in this army actually, with the upgrades as well, like maximum upgrades, weapon upgrades, and all sorts. We've only got one unit of Ivana's chosen, and it is very, very depleted. I mean, this does give us the incentive we need to be aggressive. It's all unshielded strike infantry that we have at our disposal. What is that over there? Ah, yes, a unit of depleted spears. How joyously useful. Well, no matter. Right, let's roll in. We have got reinforcements. We can actually control these reinforcements as well, which is very nice indeed. They're going to try and make a play to go for that hill, aren't they? Disgusting behaviour. Hill camping? I don't think so. Yeah, I would say, Owen, that I would expect in the poll probably the R.R. Denaim will win. It's just a feeling I've got, because they're obviously like the most quality heavy of all of the evil factions, and like they're like the Black Numenorians like are obviously pretty cool, but we'll see. We'll see. Angmar are another one I would expect to do quite well in the poll. One that I don't think will win would be Dunland. They're going to be in there anyway, but actually maybe they won't, because there is always the possibility that they win, and Dunland are a faction that I would rather... Oh, actually there's artillery there, which we should really be dealing with first and foremost. But Dunland version 5 is having like a wild men overhaul, and I think it would probably be better actually if we wait for that before we start thinking about doing Dunland, because they'll be the faction which perhaps benefits the most from that. Canned is a faction, yes, but Canned would be on the list, but if I were to play Canned, I would take the Blue Wizards bargain, and that means they're not actually evil men at all. Because we would be fighting against... I mean, technically the R.R. Denaim are not... Because one of the main things that you can do is, like, sort of, you're neutral, technically, you can go after Sauron, but the goal for the R.R. Denaim campaign would be, if that were to be the one that we would engage in, there would be two cities that I would want to own. One would be Minas Tirith, the other would be Barad-dûr. Because I think the Black Numenorians, they would want both Sauron and Gondor to feel their wrath. Which is part of the reason why I would sort of remain like in Umbar. Like, I would use Umbar as our faction's capital, because it doesn't make sense to go over to Tharbad if Minas Tirith and... Ooh, we're gonna get done in by those wargs, aren't we? Yeah, we're going to need to get our cavalry over here to stop that. As long as our general is covered adequately. Yes, kill them. What is going on here? Go after them. You go after them. Yeah, there we go. Right. Infantry was a little bit lagging behind. Yeah, Canned is one that I would do as a good aligned Canned though, and I want to be on like the evil side this time around, because obviously we've been good aligned this time, and it's been a real challenge to keep evil in check, although it does look as though they're done for now. Sauron has yes, look at all of that. Look at that damage. Now that's a lot of damage. Woodland Sentinels. The lightly armoured nature of Mirkwood has definitely made things a little bit more challenging, shall we say? But ultimately, I don't actually think it's been. In the end, while it has been definitely a bruising campaign, I think, all things considered, we can afford to be fairly pleased with how things have ended up turning out. I think we've... No, they're still... No, well, we don't need to go after the ballista crew anymore. Javelinos, what are you doing? You're reloading. One volley. One nice volley. Oh, for crying out loud. Fine, get into the side. How are they still going? Well, a point-blank volley should sort them right out. Oh god, they're in skirmish mode. The bane of all archer lines everywhere. Right, you can actually go though. I don't want you getting caught. We will actually pull back behind our infantry line as it moves forwards. What do we have here? Yes. That might be enough to break them actually. Keep moving. Go after them. Elven Kings. Kill off their general actually. Enid Wythe. Yeah, Enid Wythe are a little bit strange. Like their roster to me, like some of the factions in Divide and Conquer, I will say, do look a little bland, and Enid Wythe is one. The only thing, there are a couple of units in their roster, but like some of the factions which are like lesser known, so to speak, like Dunland, for example, have got like really good looking like rosters. So it's not just because they're a faction which hasn't. But I just think Enid Wythe's roster looks a little plain. Obviously the R.R. Denayam's roster doesn't, and I really like the look of Angmar as well, I've got to say. I like the Iron Crown design. Apparently we still have these this Warg unit, which we're just going to go ahead and kill immediately, I think. Woodland Sentinels. Don't mind if I do. No, it's not the last episode, Nation. Next, tomorrow will be the last episode, so I have no idea actually how long tomorrow's stream is going to be. It could be, like, fairly quick in all honesty. It really does kind of depend. I mean, ideally I would like to fight alongside Dorminion as they rip Mordor limb from limb. We shall see if we get the opportunity to do so. Because, I mean, Isengard were about to settle things down pretty quickly. There is always the... I mean, Karas Galadon is slightly vulnerable at this point. Like, there are some pretty decent Mordor stacks coming our way, but that is ultimately what's giving Dorwinion the... In the past 3 years I've been watching you, you're still a lot like your older self. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really, in terms of my attitudes to the channel, I haven't really changed that, to be honest with you. So, makes sense to me. I would say as well, though, that one thing that doesn't really come across is when I do these videos, I'm probably a lot calmer and a lot more by the book. Like, I would say that if I were to do like a multiplayer stream, you would see a different side of me come out, one that's maybe a little bit more sort of humour based than the version of me that you see doing like these battle replays and these like campaign streams. I think that would probably be fair. I think, to be honest, that's true in the streams as well. You see a more natural version of me in the streams than you do in the in the battle pre-records, but I mean that's just the style of the videos that are called for. So I don't think that's too surprising. Ooh. How is this general still alive? Can we like stop being basic and, you know, actually do the business? Everything is comedy based these days. If you can, break your alliance with Dale. Tancred, why would I do such a thing? Dale? The lads? Dale were the reason that the North didn't go pear-shaped, to be honest with you. If it were up to Erebor, and Mirkwood weren't doing so great against them either, but Gundabad were really giving them the business, and Dale were the ones that ultimately ended up stopping that, so we're a meritocracy here. We don't choose our allies based on race. We choose our allies based on effectiveness. And the Northmen, Dorwinion and Dale, they are the ones. They are the effective two. Right, come on now. Right, this general is showing no signs of perishing. There he goes, finally. About time too. Right, and now we can start chasing everything down. So we've got 2 Lorien sentries and 39 horse archers. Yeah. Actually, we don't even really need to bother with that. Funniest replay I watched was a map that crashed at Nausea and you had a proper freak out at the end. No offense, but anger. Oh yeah, well I mean, it's kind of upsetting to think this game will be dead in a few years. Well, not necessarily. I mean, part of the issue that you have with that is new Lord of the Rings Total War games cannot be made because of CA's ultimatum of like, yo, if you make Lord of the Rings mods, we're shutting it all down, boys. I actually wonder how seriously they take that threat. I mean, I suppose because it's legal issues, they probably do take it seriously, but if you want a Lord of the Rings Total War, at least for the time being, this is what you will get. Oh yeah, they're at war, aren't they? Okay, I guess that's why we can't. Melee time, lads. Right, and that should be everything we need to kill off them all. Marvellous. Right, this should really secure us against Isengard indefinitely now. I think we have finally. After the long battle, I think we have finally sorted Isengard out with that. Most of the time people are mad at the most stupid stuff and can't take a joke. Yeah, I don't like when people are getting angry because they're being bantered. Like that's a little bit unfortunate. I would say I get frustrated easy, but I don't get angry when I get bantered. Mainly because I really enjoy it when someone's trying to banter me, because it's a perfect opportunity to give some back. Alright then. We can actually send a lot of the army back to Gainard at this point. In fact, some of the depleted units we will. Hey, that was all that was required actually, so yeah, we'll get in there. We can start building stuff in Foldberg. Crop rotation, how about that? Hornburg, can we build anything in you yet? Yes, we can. A great art gallery. We are building a hall of culture. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Edoras, we cannot construct anything at the moment because building is being auto-managed because there is no general in there. I'm actually running a little bit low on generals these days. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to start training some more. But that can wait for the time being. What do you think of Beleriand Honor Guard getting reworked into a pike unit? I don't want Lorien campaign to end, to be honest. It's my favourite faction. Well, it's been an eventful campaign, certainly. But I mean, there's only so much more we're actually going to be able to do here.
My lord.
Evil's days are numbered, I would say. I mean, Isengard are still alive and well in the west, ironically.
Yes.
But I mean, Isengard are never going to be able to establish themselves fully here, because as soon as Bree are gone, like, which to be fair, I mean, Isengard are giving Bree the business at the moment, but Bree are the only soft targets left over here. Other than that, they're fighting the High Elves, the Dunedain, Ered Luin, or Khazad-dûm, all four of which, in terms of a straight up fight, will beat Isengard. Yeah, let's have a look at that actually. When I family tree, Silver Crown. It's a little bit strange. This guy. Yeah, here we are. Faction Heir, High March Warden Baratheon. Or Barathon. So yeah, Pollen Goldor must have died from the plague, and now we've got Barathon, who is who knows where. I think he's just administering a random settlement somewhere. Yeah, reinforcements on the way that way. Is this him? Oh yeah, we've got to move these boys. You two can move south. Yeah, why not? We can actually move them in. Fair enough. Well, I think that's all we can do for this turn. Please don't lose that settlement, Khazad-dûm. Look at this. They've got no garrison in there at all. Maybe we help Khazad-dûm out a little bit. They can be our buffer after all. I don't know if Mordor are actually going to want to siege Caras-Galadon this time. Maybe they will.
I'm gonna stick you.
I mean, they do have a Nazgul leading that force, so it's possible. Okay. Well, regardless, let's end the turn. Bree have got a full stack in there, though, so they should at least be able to hold on to their capital. Any of Gallus's videos? I don't know who you're talking about, actually, Scott. I'm sure that I'd probably... Do you mean Arakir? Because if so, then yes, I've watched plenty of his during the development of Divide and Conquer. Mengelen. Look at all the barrows there. No good to Isengard. I think barrows as a resource are only useful to Angmar, aren't they? Mission expired. Another has taken this settlement. Well, I mean, who cares? I don't even know where that is. Nazgul return to Mordor. Hostilities cease between Dale and Dorwinion. They were at war? Why? Why would you do this? It's unnecessary. There's no need for this. We're so close to greatness now. Don't try and kill one another, please. There's a few Mordor boys over here. I mean, as long as they hold on to Minas Morgul, who cares? I would like to get over there and give them a hand. Right, Isengard have run away. Tails betwixt their legs now. So I think it's about time we moved our spy boy over here. Right. Let's have a look here. Art gallery, yes. Hornburg, we're already building an art gallery there. I mean, I think with this in mind, all we need to do really is just build up a really, really beefy stack for... oh, they're back again. Why come back now?
I'm gonna stick you.
I mean, honestly, if they want to just hover in front of my base, I'm fine with that. Right, we can actually build another pair of units, in fact. 2 units, eh? 2 whole units. We need infantry, really. So I guess we will go for a unit of... Actually, can we... Yeah, we'll go for a unit of spear boys, and I guess woodland sentinels are fine as well. Let's see. Amon Lank. Anything? Yeah, sure, why not? Stables. Just look at all of the... Tirith Anduin? How about you? Ah, Merchant's Wharf. Completely useless, but still. Shipwright? Sure. Look at the cash we have now, though. We're actually rolling in money, quite literally. Oh, a city. I think that's pretty much all we can do. Aldberg. One more for a militia armory. Entwade, we're still doing our thing. Hornburg is foul orcish culture, but what can be done? Super paranoid about crashes at this stage, but that Isengard stack will probably attack us, actually. Well, actually, having a look at that, I mean, orc hunters, snow orcs, hillmen. What's going on here? How do you get all of those units? How are you getting snow orcs? Have you taken like an old Gundabad territory? There's no way that you're up here, because they were getting torn apart by all sorts of factions. Let's see. Well, oh, I forgot them. Go on, Bree. Start pushing back against Isengard. You know you want to. To be fair to Bree, though, in the late game, their roster is probably... It makes it difficult for them. I think they've got the worst roster in the mod, haven't they? Bar none. Okay, so Mordor are going to have attempt number 1. Oh no, they're just going to siege. Well, I mean, actually, that's not too bad, because that means they're just going to hang out for a little while. Invasion, yeah, it must be mercs, I guess. I don't know what either of them are thinking there. Okay. Okay. The One Ring has been located. The One Ring is in Barad-dûr. Doesn't that mean that, I mean, he's got it and, like, you know, he can, like, do his thing? Oh no, what are we going to do? Bizarre. I wonder what sort of buffs they get for that. Probably pretty substantial ones, but, you know, we don't need to worry about that. Celeborn, you're rolling out of here now, as are both of these two units. As long as it's you can go in there to administer things. This settlement, do we have anything here that we want to take with us? Not particularly. Orifin can stay here. He can just oversee things nicely. Yeah, these three can join Celeborn in his escapades. Right. Let's get a scout down here. What sort of buffs does Sauron actually get if he gets the ring? They get a doom stack with an almost invincible Sauron in it. Well then. We'll see how invincible he is when we introduce him to our tier 1 spears.
Yes, my lord.
Actually, you know what? I think we are gonna... We really should build a catapult, to be honest with you, over here. I mean, we still can't build one because... reasons. Ah, there we go, catapult, finally. Because then we can indefinitely hold on to things here. And actually, I noticed that we've got Galathrim units galore that we can train. So we will absolutely do some of that. Top quality units all round. Right. These two can begin heading over here as well. So they're probably going to attack us. I mean, I wonder, to be honest, if these two are going to attack at the same time. If they do, we could actually be in massive trouble, to be honest. Because I don't know if we can kill off both of these armies. Maybe we can, I don't know. I mean, we did manage to retrain all of our halberds, who are just going to be superb at holding the line, but I don't know. We'll see. Could be a bit on the dodgy side. I was going to build up a nice doom stack of my own anyway. The game would panic then. It was like, oh my god, Mordor's dying. Quick. We must salvage their campaign for them. We want to start building up an army, to be honest, in Oldburg. That's where Celeborn's on the way. What we really want is some Ents as well. Captain Draugminanion. Draugminion. What a bizarre name. I think not. I mean, come on, Khazad-dûm. Where are you going? Thurin, turn around and kill these foul creatures. Anyway, let's just see what happens in this next upcoming turn. So I am curious to see what Mordor attempt. Look at Bree. Here we go, Mengelin. That's what I like to see. Yeah, I will be retraining units. Can the Gorvaleg kill Sauron's bodyguard? According to Arik here, they can. Because I do remember him talking about them. That, yeah, I mean they should, but who knows. Look at this, look at Dorwinion. They've got like a big stack there as well. Sauron will probably just be straight up defeated by Dorwinion anyway. There's nothing to worry about. They don't stand a chance.
Set up an ambush.
What have we here? Death stalks the land again. Target, send emissaries to the Haradrim tribes. I actually should be able to do that, shouldn't I? Death stalks the land. He's caught the plague in Orthanc. Lovely. Construction report. Dorlingvar and Gainard. Right, where are we? Gainard. Here we go. What can we build here? Nothing, as it turns out. Right, can we go for like some growth, please? Bit of growth. Actually, let's go financial. Money is all we need. Yeah, okay. Khazad-dûm sorted themselves out. Things you love to see. Right, for a start, let's get all of our Galathrun into this little stack. And we'll start rolling out. They're a little bit unhappy, aren't they? So let's send across some units to maybe convince them to not be so unhappy. We do need to keep a defensive force in Foldberg though, because if Isengard do rear their ugly faces around these parts again, that will be where they do so. Onodirith isn't very happy either. We need generals. We need just more generals of all kinds. What have we got going on here?
For the light. Come on.
Why can't I?
Ruin these trees no longer. Swiftly. Onward.
Okay, cool. We were able to get in there. They broke the siege. Apparently they did. I mean, we're retraining stuff now. Lovely. Those units will just pop out outside of the thing. I mean, with that in mind, we may as well go over here, I guess. Now that we're there, take Calenhad and start moving down here. I guess it makes sense to try and maybe hop over the river at Caer Andros rather than try and go through this nightmare down here. Yeah, we'll do toggle FOV. Plagues are really rare, but because you have played so long, they can happen. I think they made it so that generals can't die from the plague. Well, I mean, that's not... I mean, generals... I mean, maybe your faction leader can't, but generals can, because we've had our heir die from it, and we had... we actually had a named character as well, like a sort of... I don't know what you call it, like a legendary character or like an actual character die from it in Rumil. Man, and he was a long-serving general as well. What a tragic way to go out. Amon Lank is with building stuff there. Oh, here we are. We have this guy.
Follow me.
Yeah, he needs to come south. We need him to administer one of these territories down here, which is currently generalless. Alrighty then. Save it just in case of a crash once again. See you, Scott. That's true, Owen, but there's no point in training anything up at the moment because I don't think we actually finished the marksman range, did we? Before we got besieged. If Bree are even pushing you back as Isengard, that's got to sting. Go on, Dorwinian. Take Sirathungol as well. Honestly, if we hot-foot it down there as quickly as we possibly can, maybe we can intercept the ring. I guess like the ring is just in like, it's just in Sauron's like inbox, and he just hasn't gotten around to looking at it yet. Celeborn is still plaguing it up.
Come, my brothers.
Marvelous.
Like the wind.
Stay alert.
I got some units there.
My lord.
Yeah, you can come down here as well. We just need a force.
Sire.
Onward.
At ease.
Elven warriors.
There you are.
Swiftly.
At ease.
Yeah, I guess my force at this point is so strong that they don't want to bother attacking it. Okay. Well, Lothlorien archers. Let's go for it. Where'd the extra unit of warders go? There he
For
is.
the light.
Okay. I mean, that's reinforcements, I suppose.
Elves.
You lot can go this way.
Conceal our movements.
Anything going on here? No, Khazad-dûm are just besieging this Isengard fort. Lovely. Right, what can we build here? Go for a great art gallery. Nothing quite like an art gallery in Orthanc. What a dismal looking place Orthanc is. An art gallery would really pep things up. I guess they're not Tancred, because if they were, they would be able to reinforce one another, and they would definitely take this fight if both of them were doing, like, were obviously able to overwhelm the settlement. Like, the AI would look at that and think, man, we've got to do that. But they're not doing it. So I can only assume that they are not allied. Very strange. Sure, we've got money to spend, why not? Oh, Dorwinian, you're more than welcome here. Can upgrade to a city. Can we actually build any more buildings here? I mean, I guess we can. I mean, on the off chance that they decide to attack here, why not? Tirith Anduin. Okay. If Celeborn dies of the plague right now, that would be really unfortunate. Mighty Bree stacks. Dale. Ah, what sort of proposal have you got? Are you going to break your alliance with me? I bet you are. Apparently not. What is with this? Like, there was that whole first section of the campaign where that dwarven diplomat was just constantly handing me proposals that weren't actually proposals. I think you should destroy the ring as a finale. I mean, if I can get the ring, sure. No, come on, lads. Don't do this, Dorwinian. Don't fall apart now. Get some reinforcements in there. I'll be there momentarily to give you a hand. I was thinking, if I were to take Calenhard, I'm still plaguing it. Oh, actually, this guy, is he cured of the plague now, or is he dead? No, he's not got the plague anymore, apparently. So Celeborn has just got the plague forever, apparently.
Elves.
He's just one big incubator.
Like the wind.
He's going to spread it to all of these people in here as well.
Onward.
You.
Sire. Over here, elves.
And you lot.
Swiftly.
And you as well.
Onward.
Look at this, look. It's really quite strange.
For the light.
So you two are here. I mean, if they're just going to stand there indefinitely, then I'm not really that bothered about them. Oh yes, we have these two, which I will build. A spy isn't really worth it, but we have nothing that's really useful here, to be honest. Well, I guess we'll build that. Who knows? Rampant plagues popping up all over the place. So what did you actually want, my friend? We are allied to you, so it would be just like Dale to drag me into a war with Dorwinian now, wouldn't it? It's like, yo, we've decided that we're going to ruin everything. Hope that you're cool with that. The proposals would have been bribes. Bribes? What are they doing trying to bribe me? Don't test me, Dale. Look at this, look. That's not... the quality, I don't think Orthanc is going to fall anyway, because it's a massive garrison that we've got there. We're about to start churning out Ents as well, so there's nothing to be too worried about. Hornburg, and we may as well build that, I suppose. We've got money to burn at this point, so why not, I say. Can actually upgrade to a large city. Let's go for public baths, because apparently
Warriors.
we really are spreading the plague at an alarming rate. I think at this point all I'm going to do is, for the remainder of this part, is just build up a nice army for Celeborn to start moving with. Lothlorien.
They will not see us in the forest.
Well, no. Dorwinian look like they've got the upper hand there, to be honest with you. You'd have thought that Mordor maybe should have Nazgul returned to Mordor, so a Nazgul must have died somewhere. Sure. Death stalks the land. Thranduil, no. Celeborn, could you like? Oh, I see. Right, we got to get rid of that, because otherwise we have completely failed in our attempt to acquire the One Ring before it reached the hands of its former master Sauron again. Sauron's last attempt at achieving world domination suddenly becomes a real threat. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I couldn't watch that video because, I mean, WB are probably already thinking of interesting ways to end my life just for that little portion of it that showed up there. No, I'm not, Owen. I'm not going to bother going for Minas Tirith and Osgiliath. I'll probably capture Caer Andros just so I've got a place to hop over the river, but no. I mean, I was thinking, actually, if I were to take Calenhad, if I were to give that to Dale, for example, would they then start coming down here, declare war on Mordor and start sending stacks at Mordor as well? Or would they just do nothing with it? Because if so, I might give that to Dale, and then we might get someone else to join in on our fun, so to speak. What is it? Khazad-dûm, what are you doing? Please don't mess everything up. That is a big Isengard army. I don't like the look of it. Right, can we actually? It's bothering me to the point that actually I want mercenaries.
These trees no longer. Scout the area.
That should be fine though. We'll see if they go for Foldberg or what. We had units that were just sort of waiting, didn't we? There's my faction heir. Actually, my faction heir can start coming down here and making himself useful, to be honest.
Scout the area.
Orders completed.
Yes, these two.
Warriors.
Right, you can go this way.
Come on.
You, on the other hand, can help reinforce against Eisen.
At ease.
Elves.
You're still on the way. I mean, next turn, to be honest, we could go over and get Calenhad. They do nothing, I think. Yeah, I kind of... They get attacked by Dorwinian stack, I think. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. It was just an idea, because then obviously we could have buried Mordor beneath yet more
Come on. Conceal our movements.
things. Look at this, look. We are getting
My lord.
crazy amounts of... Like, Karas Galadon is just... I mean, if they're just going to stand there, then I'm just going to continue to upgrade my settlement, to be honest with you. Militia Armory might not be the worst idea either. Public baths. I'll go for a militia armory. It's going to be more useful there than in any other settlement, to be honest with you. You. Yeah, we'll go for a shipwright. Lim here. You're already building something. Rockburg is still just a poor town. A tavern for you. A fairground for you. Still building that there. Okay. We'll see what happens with that Isengard stack there. Isengard are apparently getting eaten alive from the other side now, though, because if they send over big doom stacks, then Bree is going to have... Listen, Dale, you're being quite antagonistic if you're trying to bribe my people. How so very dare you? There's not very many Mordor armies there, is there? Cirith Ungol is under siege, actually, by the looks of things. There's all tents and stuff around it. That would be ideal, to be honest, because if Dorwinion take that, we've got a way in. Another Nazgul is dead, apparently. And they're dying every other turn. Okay, now only Celeborn is ill with the plague. I really wish he would, like, not have the plague. That would just be... Wouldn't that be nice? Tempted to move forward now, actually. I mean, with these 2 units next turn, I think we will just try and besiege Calonhard and take it. Right, you... Where do we want you? Probably at Geinard or maybe Foldberg, so that you're holding the front line against Isengard. You keep moving this way. Captain Legolas. He's just a regular unit, though. Just a regular bog standard unit. Apparently, yeah, Mordor do get Sauron in their Doomstack. But you know, oh, for crying out loud. Khazad-dûm, why? Why must you do these things? Okay, well, we will need support on the front line. Post-haste. Isengard itself should be fine, because there's a massive... Well, there should be a massive thing in there. The garrison building. Foldberg, on the other hand, probably less fortunate. There's a fair few. I mean, there's an actual general in there. They're still in the blue. I'll send you forward as well, just in case. What if we move Orofin out of this settlement? It's still happy. Okay, we'll get you into marshal the front line for now then, my friend. Yeah, it's an infantry unit of several. It's not like in Silmarillion where it's actually Sauron like carving through people with his mace, but it's like an infantry unit. I have seen it. Right. Ooh, just in time to see that we hadn't moved that. Okay. Look at the cash we've got. Maybe it's worth giving Dorwinion a gift just so they can keep sustaining production. Come on, Khazad-dûm. Don't let me down now. What are Isengard going to do now, then? What horrors do they wish to inflict upon us? Nothing, apparently. Right. I mean, I don't really know what else we need to do, unless, like, the plague has just become a part of him now. Like, Celeborn, he's got the plague forever.
For the light, my lord.
Right, well, this unit can go this way. As for Karas Galadon itself, can we... Ah, yes, we can build more Galadhrim. We can build more Gorvaleg. We can actually build another unit of Elven King's Gate Guard as well, which I will take. Right, you...
Yes, my lord.
You go south. You keep marching on down here as well.
Come, my brothers. Elven warriors.
I guess they're just leaving again, which is strange. Not that I'm complaining too much about that. They're content, they're disillusioned. See how disillusioned they are when I put my air in there. Is that just a fort that is just completely empty? Yeah, it is. Okay, that actually will probably be to our great benefit. Oh, I see why the other guy is no longer affected by the plague. It's because he died of it.
Yes, my lord.
Wonderful. Simply marvellous.
Onward!
By the light of Elbereth.
Yeah, with Orifin on the front line, we don't actually need much else. Now, okay. What was it? Oh yeah, we had to send a diplomat over to the Haradrim tribes, didn't we?
As you wish.
Are they even still alive? Look at this, look.
I shall continue tomorrow.
Dorwinian have taken pretty much the entirety of the outside of the Black Mountains at this point. Sauron is just... There's no need to worry. Sauron, he's light work. He'll die just like all the rest. Sauron may be strong, but he's no warg marauder, let me tell you that. Can't be infected if you're dead. I mean, that's a good point. He's cured. Medical genius right there. What is this? The mouth of Sauron. Right, well, I mean, Hornberg is still happy enough, I suppose. Gynard is disillusioned. Right, whatever. We move. Bree. Forward momentum. You owe Dorwinian so much. I mean, yeah, if Dorwinian weren't as strong as they were, this campaign would have ended when everything started going south at the midpoint. But if Dorwinian can keep fighting as hard as they have done, then we actually do need military access to be able to help them, though, don't we? Temple units and great beasts. I doubt even a high elven stack can beat that. I mean, I don't think you're correct there, because I think a high elven stack is high elven stacks are the cream of the crop. Like, the temple units are all well and good, but stuff like Mithlon nobles and Smiths of Eregion apparently demolish the temple units. So it would only really be Sauron himself that would be the problem. Sure. There wasn't actually any plague notification there.
Elves.
Look at us, though. We're sort of just...
Our lands will
There we
be
go.
saved once more. Guard this area.
Haha.
Yes, my lord. Swiftly.
At ease.
Callanhard. Right, let's see what's going on over here. Mordor still have Caer Andros, so I mean, that's something, I suppose. They've also got Captain Mugluck over here with a stack of trash. Right, where be Harad? Where be the town? There you are.
There is something you wish to speak of.
Greetings, my friend. Look at this, though. Enemies with Mordor? My friends. How about trade rights? And I will give you map information.
I accept.
There we go.
We're most willing to hear you out, but you bring words with meaning.
Harad, the real G's. Harad just, not even based on script, just deciding that they would rebel against Mordor just because they felt like it.
Onward. Conceal our movements.
Do we have anything worthwhile here? We've got some good cavalry, I suppose. Really, though, I just want Galathrim units at this stage. There's no need to really concern ourselves with anything else.
Elven warriors. My lord.
Continue to move south with some siege.
For the light. Onward.
Ah, yes.
By the
You
light
in
of
there.
Elbereth.
You. Actually, Edoras doesn't have a general in it at the moment, does it? You, then, would be much better served going in there. Of course, you quite reach it. That's a big Isengard stack, but it's got no general in it, so it's trash before us. Let's go for a militia armory. Why not? Marksman's range, eh? Sure. It's only a matter of, I mean, I suppose it's a matter of a long time before we can actually build what we want out of that, but still, no matter. These have been some sort of fairly peaceful turns, really. Some javelins wouldn't go amiss versus Olag High and Great Beasts. Forgot about Vale of Anduin. They've done alright, to be fair. I mean, they were. I still say they were responsible for Haldir's death. Okay. Strange. So Dale are at war with Dorwinion again. I wonder who declared that war. If it was Dale, then they really should not have done that, because that is probably going to mean that Dorwinion are going to struggle a little bit against Mordor, because they will have to siphon stuff off the front line. Go on, Harad. Harad to take Barad-dûr, confirmed. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think... sure. I can take Eisenrun if I want, but I really kind of don't care about Eisenrun. Got a nice defensive position as it is. Still can't build anything there. Look at the cash we've got. We're rolling in it. Right. Here we go. Move forwards. Actually, they've got an army in there now. Bloody typical. Look at all those Dorwinion stacks just roaming around over there.
For the light. Come on, my lord. Swiftly.
Maybe we do just have to... Wait, they're disillusioned now, aren't they? Why would you do such a thing?
Come, my brothers. Like the wind.
Yes, my lord.
I don't quite know what these guys are doing here, but to the front with you. We can't actually build anything here. Low tax rate? I don't think so. Normal tax rate. Low tax rate? Crazy. I will do Jastif. I'm just sort of I'll do that right at the end when I'm sort of satisfied with where we can leave it for tomorrow. Because I don't want tomorrow's stream to start off with a bunch of building up. I want us to get straight into the action ideally, which I suppose with the Siege of Calonhad we could.
By the light of Elbereth.
We'll move back for the time being. Look, Dale, it's done for you. If you declared war on Dorwinion, you deserve your fate. I just hope Dorwinion don't decide to declare war on us now. Harad are weirdly in a good place to take the Dark Tower. Dorwinion probably charges a toll for the other entrances. Yeah, I mean, they can just go around the mountains after all and around the back, and Harad did have some of Khan's territory. So, I mean, it's very possible that they do have the ability to just circumvent the mountains and go in through Nirn. Sure, we've got a bunch of like random. Ooh.
I'm gonna stick you.
Ooh. That's a big Mordor stack. Okay. Then we retreat for the time being. Why are you coming across this way anyway? Dorwinion is busy using you as their chew toy, and you think, you know what, now we're going to send another, not even part of the invasion, just a full stack.
Yes, my lord.
If you get in there. Those are some Isengard armies. That is true. Not completely out of the woods yet. Can we please, like, how long does it take? Please, I want Ents. Have I not suffered enough? Crop rotation. Right, well, considering things are still... It's in a finely balanced position, I would say. These armies are just sort of hanging out here. Ah, right, you are an actual general. Okay. You go this way then. We're having to go around because of these armies blocking our path. Right, you also need to go this way. So we're going to have another general heading off down this way, but we can retrain, I think. Can't we? Probably. almost certainly. Get a tavern in there on the go as well. Retrain. Right, units that are damaged. You're damaged. And so are you. Okay then. We will just go through the turn, and after this turn I will save it and then we'll have a look at the map, because I think there is going to be some logistical work we need to do tomorrow anyway. And to be fair, tomorrow we can just go on for as long as is necessary until victory is achieved. Dorwinian. My brethren. What do you want to do, Mordor? Move forwards with your new full stack against me? Ah, they've found... That's gonna... Isn't that gonna... Okay. I was gonna say, isn't that going to... Well, we'll fight that, because... Oh, that sucks, though. That's units that I just trained for the purpose. We'll fight. That's awkward, because it means that Galathrem units now, we're probably just going to have to train them from Amon Lank, to be honest with you, because it's just too much of a pain. But we can, like, put a dent in Isengard's stack that they've got over here.
We must act and halt this turn of events.
We must act. Where can we go? Is there a nice hill? There's a bit of a hill over here. It's better than nothing. Actually, no, couldn't we just... withdraw our dudes? They're probably just going to get caught again, but we'll see where they retreat to, because they could retreat over the bridge if we're lucky. Oh no, we can't. No, yeah, we can. We can withdraw. 500 IQ plays. They probably won't move, so like we'll probably just have to fight this battle in precisely the same place. But I mean, trying to get these Galathrem out. Ugrat the Tyrant. Ah, is that Fingolfin foolishly trying to battle Morgoth? I see. I wish to duel one-on-one an entity that can raise mountains with his thoughts. I see no problem with this. There was enough actually to throw them off, apparently. Here we go. Well, let's do it then. That would probably be a good place to actually start the next stream on, trying to stop Isengard from continuing to be a problem. Right, before we actually do anything else, before I forget myself, let's get these lads out of here. That's still a full stack. That's almost a full stack of... Right, let's retrain you, retrain you, retrain you, you, and you, just because you're Galathrem. So we did actually manage to get them out of there. That's actually satisfying to see. Where are they going now? Are they going home? Have they finally realised that, hang on a minute, our faction is being eaten alive? You in there. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. We may as well combine the army now, because if we're going to need to move them out eventually anyway. We're only going to be moving them in the same place. What are we actually building here? Building units. Buildings, can't do anything for buildings, can't do anything for units. Isengard are happy as they are. The mouth of Sauron is coming up this way. If he wants peace, he can... well, he knows where to go if he wants peace. Peace was never an option for us, Sauron. More Galathrem archers, more Elven kings, all of these units. Exactly what we need. Anyway, That's true. Like Fingolfin, you know, he tried his best, but my dude, there's a time and a place. Yeah, it's like how a Dark Souls boss battle would actually go. Like just poking away at its feet is not going to be it's not going to be sufficient. Anyway, right, I will save it there, and we will continue tomorrow. And tomorrow I do intend it to be the last part of the campaign. It's possible that it won't be, because even though like we have it set up in such a way, it might be, the situation might be such that it's not actually as easy to get over here and just sort of move a stack in as I think it might be. But hopefully tomorrow will be the last part of the Lothlorien campaign, not because I want it over, but because I think it's reaching the point where it's a rather natural place to bring it to an end. Anyway, let's see what's going on. Not Ogle, F-O-W. Right, let's see. Khazad-dûm, you need to be doing better than this, my lads. Like, you need to, you know, get it together again. We have the High Elves who are doing their thing. I mean, at this point, like, Bree are doing okay again. Like, they've retaken bits and pieces over here. They were, I think, actually down to, like, literally their last territory, and they've sort of rallied a little bit. The High Elves, oof. Oof. Yeah, Isengard are dead. They've angered the wrong people. The High Elves are just eating them alive on the coast. That is excellent. That's what you want to see. So Isengard will cease to be a problem eventually, at least. That's nice. We have, I mean, Khazad-dûm still have this fort over here, so if they can sort of rally and do their thing again, that would be nice. Gondor are still alive, amusingly enough, and they are sort of over here, again, doing their best, fighting the good fight. This is, I mean, it's remarkable when you think about it. When you look at what's actually going on here, you can see Durthang is right there. Got a Mordor fort which is under siege. Dorwinion have taken some of the interior. This, however, is something else that Mordor really need to be worried about, because Harad have got territory over here that they can use to come in over here. The problem is, I do think that Harad are struggling a little bit against the Arad Anaim. Like, if it wasn't for the Arad Anaim, like, this was Harad's capital. But if it wasn't for the Black Númenóreans, I think Mordor would probably already be dead. Because Harad would have been strong enough to attack them from one side, and I mean, that's not brilliant, if I'm being honest. Like, that's I mean, there he is. There's the big man himself. Perhaps the point where we end the campaign could be finishing Sauron off, killing him in melee, facing him on the field and emerging victorious, or dying, perhaps. I mean, again, like, Dorwinion have taken East Osgiliath. Crazy. Anyway, Dorwinion are also heading up here, so I guess like they are at war with Dale, which is a shame, but I mean, it's I really couldn't care less. I mean, if anything, it makes Dorwinion stronger, and that's what we want. Dol Amroth are still here. I mean, they're still alive, to be fair to them. They just haven't really expanded at all. They've been sort of caught on the back foot the whole game. Them and the Arad Anaim have been throwing themselves at one another to no avail. But yes, indeed, I think that will be what I want to do next time. I want to engage Sauron in combat and try to kill him. But yes, that will be where we end. We'll save over the plague file again, because apparently Celeborn is just constantly afflicted with the plague. Maybe it's just homesickness. Maybe he can't stand to be away from Caras Galadhon any longer, but just a little bit longer, Celeborn, and we shall... I mean, Sauron's here at this point, so by the time we get down there, we'll probably take Calenhad, and then he might actually come for us instead of keeping on for Dorwinion. Anyway, that will be it for now. I thank you, Windows, but I don't care about that. Anyway, it has been another successful stream, I think. Regardless, the next stream will, of course, happen same time again tomorrow, and we'll try to end this Lothlorien campaign by killing Sauron if killing Sauron gives you the ring as well, and we successfully managed to do that, because apparently he's very, very strong, but I've heard that before and units have been underwhelming, so we shall see. If we're able to do that, then we can just march to Mount Doom immediately and do our business. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you'll join me for whatever is next.